we're starting.
Welcome to the 2024 Golf, back to GCSAA TV here live at the Golf Industry Show, the GCSAA Conference and Show partnered in partnership with Envu. It's the first one this morning, so welcome everybody and welcome to the live audience. Apologize for getting off slowly here, but we're happy to have you here. It's already been an exciting day. It took me 40 minutes to get into the door, and I'm really happy now to be staring the stage with my old friend Stephanie Schwanke from Syngenta and Scott.
Steve.
Door
Yeah.
from Spio. Spio, not
right.
Spio. Very good. Thank you. Boy, what a clumsy start to this thing. Thank you for bearing with me. We're very happy to have you here. We've done this before, but there's a couple of things we want to touch on this year that you've sort of elevated your game a little bit, right? Now you're a platinum sponsor of the show. Why was that important?
Well, that's a great way to kickstart the segment here, Frank. Thank you, and thank you
I
for
did
being
everything
with
I could
us.
to kickstart
Yeah,
it.
it's great to see you, and it's great to be here. And we are so excited to share many new things this year with the industry at the show. But we will first start with our commitment and the elevation that we are taking. As you mentioned, we've committed for 23 years to this industry through our gold level sponsorship. But we're ready to elevate that and take it to a new level to provide GCSA and its members with some enhancements.
So that's where we should go next. Some of these enhancements are this theme of connections that count, and you're getting involved in a number of events across the show. It's been great weather. Everybody's loving being outside. Let's talk about some of these events.
Yeah, let's do that. So, of course, our commitment began on Monday night. We had a wonderful Syngenta welcome celebration out on Canyon on 3rd. And that was really the beginning of where we started showcasing Spio, which Steve is going to talk with you about here next, with some of the newest innovations that we have to offer. So we have that new commitment to bring to the industry.
Yes.
And then, of course, throughout the week, we invite everyone, whether you're online or here, to visit us at the booth. And so Connections That Count is the theme that we are recognizing and celebrating this year. We know what a great industry this is and how much superintendents love to learn and network from others. And so why not make connections with those who are going to help you excel in your career, as well as enrich the possibilities of what can happen throughout your career in this industry.
That's right.
We're going to follow that up with Environmental Leaders in Golf Awards in the booth at 1:30 this afternoon and celebrate those leaders. We have an exciting Ladies Leading Turf panel discussion at 3 o'clock this afternoon, where we've invited 3 female leaders to come in and talk about different industries and create what it's like to include diversity and inclusion into the workspace. Very different industries, but many parallels of what we face with looking for female leadership and growth in our industry.
It's so important to invest in that. And in addition to the investments of getting everybody together and the excitement that you're starting to feel, since golf is really seeming to be doing much better than it had in the past, to help and provide access to people, make better decisions, you're developing new tools.
Yes.
And that's where we're going to get eventually to the Spio conversation with Steve. Tell me other tools you're investing in, because I saw a little preview in Canada about the Turf Solutions app. Very excited. That's one of them, I'm sure, a few tools you've got.
Right. So first, what I will do is I will comment on some of our newest innovations of what the industry is typically used to us bringing into the marketplace, which is products and our chemistries.
There you go, right.
And then we'll bridge into how we're going to evolve over the course of time beyond the products. So we did have an exciting year of launches last year with one of our new fungicide launches, Took Exogem, which is meant for the snow mold market.
Okay.
We also introduced a new combination insecticide, a Celiprin Extra.
Okay.
And it didn't stop there with the launch of a herbicide, which we haven't had in quite some time, Recognition. So we've got new product introductions, but we're also quite excited to create that bridge between our products and new digital spaces that we're exploring. And that's our next biggest commitment and investment into this industry.
So great. And just a shout out to the development of Recognition. A small market that might not always get attention, but taking Bermuda grass out of these zoysia surfaces may really enhance the use of that grass, much like other chemistries have enhanced the uses of grass. So now the tools and the technology, right? Because listen, we talk about solutions, right? And you and I know it's not just about spraying something.
Absolutely.
It has to be also about guiding and informing that application in a way that gets the best use out of it and stewards the products as well, right?
Absolutely.
This investment, Steve, in SPIO marks a real shift for Syngenta. Let's talk a little bit about how it came about and sort of what do you think it signifies from your end of this equation?
Yeah, thanks. Very excited, Frank, to talk about it. It's been a lot of excitement building. We formalized the agreement in August, and ever since then, we've been working very hard to understand the value of SPIO for the golf course superintendent. And the investment in this collaboration puts us in position to better help our customers. Digital technology is a real thing that we're beginning to realize in the golf industry, and understanding the benefits of it and how it can move superintendents into a more sustainable operation is very important.
So I've known, and let's make sure everybody gets on the same page about this. I know what it is because I've been around a little bit. Yep. Maybe there's people around that don't know what the company is. Let's take a minute. Soil moisture sensors, a really wonderful soil moisture sensor that I saw sort of looking at a lot of courses and generating it, and I would imagine integrating it into the GreenCast platform. Is that the goal?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, you've got it. So the sensor itself is a wireless cellular sensor that derives moisture percent, salinity, and temperature from a given location on a golf course, for instance.
Yeah.
And it'll take that reading hourly and deliver it through a cell signal to the cloud, where then it's displayed on an app, whether mobile or desktop.
So you've been at this a little bit. Talk
Yep.
a little bit about how this technology, you've seen it used in the customers that have it, because it's already on the marketplace.
Yep.
It's really nice for the people that have it, and of course likely to attract people to the technology, and then if it's integrated with the platform, that's going to be good. What are some of your customers telling you about what the benefits are they're getting from using this digital technology?
It gives them a better, more complete view of their property. So they already know and measure what their soils are like and how they retain moisture or dry out or what the temperatures are. In general, they know what the regional weather is, but now they can look at it from a more hyper-local standpoint and understand what the microclimate is on that green or in this fairway or on that part of my course. It allows them to become more precise in their management of their resource.
So one of the things I've known from looking at the data from the device that I find useful is not just how it's going to inform me about what's happening today. And much like the models you have on GreenCast, when I look at the Smith-Kearns model and the other decision-making tools, in the spring it's pretty routine now to use the ABW models and the scouting and all that stuff you guys have invested on that platform. I really like seeing what's been happening, right? Because a lot of times superintendents, they're their own AI, right? They're sort of taking what they see and they're processing it. Now we're giving them another piece to see, oh, 4 days ago I saw, oh, look at that, it's like this. So the value of that data should, when they start to engage with it, I think has an enormous number of benefits. How many of these things do I gotta get to know if I can start to make good decisions using it, right? Got one green, one spot, a couple of fairways. We're not going to get into cost. Let's just start out with how much surveillance of the soils on my property do I need to do?
Yeah, I mean, you approach it as you would almost any tool, is what do I want to get accomplished and how do I use this tool to do it? I think in general, one per green seems to be a common idea. Greens generally are the most important and intensively managed part of the golf course. That's the one I'm worried about most. Fairways, I have a little more time to spend on those. But what we're finding is generally the greens are the most common spot, but the use cases, the creativity of these superintendents is incredible. Yeah. And you're right, so the ability to capture the data and look at it over a period of time and watch the trends develop. They're using it, and it will create automatic reports that they can share with their management to demonstrate the importance of sunlight. So it has a light monitor in the top. You can compare, well, see, this turf is excellent because it's full sun. This one gets half as much sunlight, and it's going to require a lot more work to be at the same level.
That's right. And you know, the advent of this soil monitoring technology, especially moisture, right, has given me the chance to say to myself in the morning, if I'm a superintendent, do I have enough gas in the tank to get through the day? And you know, if you know, especially on putting greens, all these guys got moisture meter numbers now. They got firmness numbers now. Those things being integrated into this long-term stuff is going to be invaluable to them because they're already in that mood, and they're also, I think, widely using the Greencast platform. One last thing before we sort of start to wrap it up. I used other moisture sensors, wireless moisture sensors that will remain nameless on this stage publicly, but reliability was a bit of an issue. Can you talk a little bit about the reliability? I'm sure that was part and parcel of this partnership, but let's just shout out about it.
We did a fair amount of due diligence to really understand how they've been performing in the market, and as with any new product, it's had its ups and downs, but we really feel like they've got a lot of the bugs worked out, and it looks to be a very reliable product that should work for, you know, the battery should last for 3 to 5 years underground without any hardware issues. There'll be software updates all the time, of course. But yeah, we're very expectful, if that's a word, of how these are going to perform over time. You don't do anything, you put them in the ground and then you leave them alone.
You got to dig them up once in a while?
I'm sorry?
How's battery? Will you have to dig them up once in a while?
Yeah, so like I said, with normal usage, 3 to 5 years they last. So we'll just replace it. It's a part of a subscription service. They aren't owned by the golf course. We just provide those as a portal to the data in their soil. Yeah.
It's so great having you. This is very exciting. This is a recognizable name in the industry now for this data collection thing. And there's other ones coming to the market for sure.
Yeah.
The partnership with the platform, as we wrap it up, is one more example of your investment in this industry, whether it's women in turf, new chemistries, or tools and solutions that help them. Congratulations again to Syngenta. Where's the booth, and what should people do and stop by and talk to you about while they're there?
All right, well, excellent. Yes, of course, we welcome anyone in the industry to stop by, learn more about SPIO, hear more about the new products that we're launching, come watch the ELGA Awards, come meet the Ladies of Turf at 3 o'clock, or visit us on Twitter at #SyngentaTurf, or greencastonline.com, which you've done a wonderful job plugging in for us. But yes, that is where you can learn more about our products, but also have the ability to access tools to help with a lot of labor savings challenges that the industry is facing. And I think that's the thing that Steve didn't mention is you can do this from the palm of your hand through an app without physically walking out onto each part of the golf course.
So you're everywhere around here, and now you're in our hand.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for joining me, Stephanie.
Thank
Steve,
you.
great to have you.
Yeah.
Sorry for the mix-up
Thanks,
at the beginning.
Oh.
Thank you all very much for joining us here at the GCSAA, whatever we're calling it these days.
Trade show.
The trade show. Thank you very much. Here in Phoenix, Arizona, I'm Frank Rossi. We'll be back with our next segment in a bit.
The connections you make on and off the course help grow your career and enrich our industry. Stop by booth number 2539 and make connections that count the most, including the latest products that can help you improve your turf quality. Enter their pre-show contest on the X social media platform for a chance to win one of 2 Apple AirTags each day. Then, stop by Syngenta booth number 2539 to play the Connections That Count matching game for your chance to win one of 4 Yeti prize packs. Syngenta has a long-standing commitment to promoting growth and innovation in the golf industry, and in line with this commitment has elevated their support by ascending to the platinum level GCSAA partnership. In keeping with this commitment to the industry, Syngenta will also sponsor a variety of events at the show. And be sure to visit Golf's Sustainability Showcase at Canyon on 3rd to learn more about the latest precision turf technology from Syngenta, the SPIO in-ground sensor system. Find more details at greencastonline.com/GCSAA show.
We're here at Silverado Resort. We're here on the North Course, hole 11, one of our signature holes. We're in the North Bay area here in Napa Valley. Quite a few days start with marine layer, nice fog, and by 11 o'clock noon it clears up and it's an absolutely perfect day. Going from East Coast to West Coast it's other than being 3,000 mile difference, it's a big change. As a turf manager, we're growing grass. It's happy here, it's easier, but it has its own unique challenges. We have water challenges, we have daylight, sunshine issues, but it's been a good transition. I miss Posterity XT and Eternity. Those were kind of backbones of some of my programs on the East Coast. So coming here to California and not having them makes you get a little more creative, takes out your rotations a little bit. Ballista, is able to fill in those spots, which is good. We struggle with fairy ring on a handful of greens on the South Course. Currently using Ballista watered in to battle that, which we're seeing good results with. Having Brisquet back in California is great. It's going to allow us to have better rotation in our program and offer another tool in the toolbox. Coupled with the Action products, the Pure 2 helps us with the higher quality turf. We do use the Pure 2 for anthracnose. We really enjoy the color we get out of it and the performance we get out of the turf during heat stress. I think the Pure 2 color is right for us. It's a subtle green, it's not overpowering. And it doesn't leave that just sprayed look that some of the other products provide.
right, well, welcome everyone. Those of you that are standing around chatting, come on over here because you're about to listen to some experts on a topic that I know is near and dear to many of our members' hearts. When we survey our members and ask them what is their number one challenge, it's labor. And it continues to be a challenge in this business as we compete against different industries. So when you look at the title of this session, Addressing Labor Needs with Innovative Programming and Workforce Development Initiatives, we're going to focus on one initiative in particular that we have seen success with, and that's the First Green program. This thing, you may not see it as a opportunity for labor, so we are going to demonstrate, and hopefully you'll walk away from here learning that it can be not necessarily a panacea to your labor challenges, but it will definitely help get individuals interested in our profession. So with no further ado, I want to introduce our panelists. We've got, again, a group of seasoned professionals here, starting with Leanne Cooper, who's a familiar face for you GCSA members. She's been with us for 24 years. She started when she was 16 years old, working for GCSAA. Her current title is Senior Manager of First Green and Workforce Development. So that might tell you something that we're serious about this. She's been working with our chapters for years, but we now have her solely focused on workforce development and the First Green initiative. So thanks, Leanne, for being here. Next to Leanne is the man, the myth, the legend from Ireland, Alan Fitzgerald, and I'm going to get all his acronyms right because he's a certified golf course superintendent and an MG, all right? An MG, a master greenkeeper, for those of you that don't know. So Alan is going to work on this next ABC, EFG, so we can get more acronyms behind his name. It just means he knows what he's doing. Alan is currently working at, and hopefully I get this right, Rehoboth. How do you say it?
Rehoboth.
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 Yeah.
Got
Close
it.
enough.
Golf course, and he's done a lot of work, obviously, in Pennsylvania. He's grown in golf courses. He's a First Green liaison. He's been obviously a stalwart GCSA member, and he's going to talk about his experience as a superintendent with First Green. And next to Alan, we've got someone who's near and dear to my heart as an educator, Jane Marie McKay. She too started when she was 16 years old teaching, and she's been doing it for over 30 years. She has 30 years experience, and God bless her heart, in pre-K through 5th grade. So my mom's was a kindergartner teacher, so I know what you are all about, and that's love of kids, because it takes that. And currently, which is pretty cool, she is now working as a graduate teaching administrator at Albright College in Pennsylvania. And so she's got experience in the classroom with youngsters, and now she's has experience with that graduate teaching administrator. So I think she's going to be a wealth of knowledge in this educational space. And then to my immediate right is Mr. Mike Hoffman. Mike is a former CEO of the Toro Company. He too, it's just ironic that it started when he was 16 years old back in 1977. I just disclosed the date, sorry, when he started for Toro. You can do the math, but he was CEO for 12 years, his last 12 years with the Toro Company. He led the company in an awesome direction, picking up where Ken Melrose left off. And we're going to get to a little bit of Mike's story and why Mike is sitting up on this stage today talking about labor and the First Green. So I'm Red Evans. I'm the Chief Executive of GCSAA, and let's get going. So as I mentioned, labor remains an issue across the board. I'm looking at Jeff Morgan out there in the audience, and he represents the club management group, and I know dealing with similar issues in hospitality. We're dealing with it on the golf course in terms of the PGA professionals. So this is something that collectively we need to focus on and get the word out of what opportunities golf can bring to students as well as youngsters. So we're going to talk, and starting with Mike. If you missed it this morning, Mike and Tammy Hoffman Tammy, his better half, is sitting down here in the front, at the front table, made a significant contribution. And we want to begin with that because you see a check to my right for $1 million. And then you see a check to my left, putting that $1 million automatically to work to give educators a $500 grant so that they can ultimately do what we're about to share with you as it relates to STEM and STEAM education. So before I let Mike share a little bit of his why, I want Leanne to tee up what First Green is, and just to kind of set the stage of the impact that it's having and why this is so important.
Absolutely. So First Green is GCSAA's STEM and environmental science outreach program, and where we pair local schools with our members' golf courses to bring the kids out for a fun, unique field trip where they get to practice their STEM skills, now STEAM, or soon to be STEAM, where they will be doing things like, learning more about soil science, water conservation, water quality. They learn cool tools on the greens. These are some of our learning stations. And it's hands-on. The kids love it. The teachers love it. We have had over 11,500 students go through it since 2018 when we began to bring the program under our umbrella at GCSAA. And that means that we've had 255 field trips in 39 states. So that is like, when I think of a data point, that is the impact. But I also think of the personal impact on the kids. And one of my favorite stories is I was at a First Green field trip outside of Chicago, Conway Farms, and Connor Healy was the superintendent. He had a pretty big group of sixth graders from the Chicago Public Schools. And as they went around, I noticed there was one young lady in particular who seemed to ask a lot of questions, was super curious. And by the end, she asked one of the superintendents who was actually doing the math lab, and this is kind of funny because kids will say the darndest things, right? So she asked him, so how much money you make? And then he said, well, I do all right by me and my family. And then he said, why? And she said, because I think I might like to do this for a living, for my career. And her mother was there and then started talking to me about different turf programs that, yes, you can actually go to school for that. That is kind of a more personal story that shows the impact as well.
So we're gonna thank you, Leanne. I think that was a good framework for what First Green is. And Mike has been aware of this and the ongoings of what's been happening, and I think that has created him or given him the opportunity to give back to something that he thinks is pretty special and unique. So Mike, let's have you tell a little bit of why you just gave $1 million to what Leanne just described.
Okay, well, first we're very honored to be able to do this, and long history with the Toro Company, and my first golf show here was 1978 in San Antonio. So, Tammy and I, as we kind of are working on the next chapter, want to do things that create some opportunity and some goodness. And my predecessor at Toro, Ken Melrose, was very philanthropic to the GCSAA, and he was very much a role model in so many things in leadership for me that it was really easy to follow that. And Red and I met several months back, and we were talking about what are some of the opportunities, and we have a particular passion for working on initiatives that involve kids. We completed one in southern Minnesota for early childhood reading. Leaders are readers is kind of the theme there. And so in talking with Rhett and everything that you were doing with the First Green and STEM, that just generated a conversation around maybe STEM could become STEAM, and we'll talk more about that. But that was kind of the genesis, the beginning of our conversation and our gift here. And again, we're just very pleased to be a part of this.
Well, and I think that deserves a round of applause, $1 million. Yeah,
I agree.
And thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Mike. this is going to do exactly what Mike just described. We added the A into STEM, and so now it will be STEAM, and that's where I want to bring in Jane Marie as a 30-year educator. You've been around STEM and you've been around STEAM, and if you wouldn't mind just explaining a little bit about how all that works in the classroom and the importance of it, and in particular adding this A, why is that so significant, what Mike just did?
Yeah. So in my last 5 years, in my 30-year career, I was an innovation teacher, which was a STEM teacher. We called it innovation. It was really about students looking to solve real-world problems. And we really, when we looked at STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, everything that we were having the kids do came back 100% by adding the A. You can't do it without it. If you're an engineer, you're creating the plans. If you're a 4-year-old building a skyscraper, you're looking at how cool it looks. It's all about improving prototypes, but STEM is also a way of thinking. We want kids to be solutionaries. We want them to solve the problems of tomorrow. So adding that A in STEM is like, to me, putting the cherry on top of the sundae.
Yeah.
I like that. Speaking of Sundays, I'm hungry, and the cherry on top sounds pretty good. But Alan, before we get to that hot fudge sundae, one of the pillars of First Green that just comes about is a sense of community, right? Because we have the parents that are coming with the kids, chaperones, we have the club or the facility that is getting involved, and you have your assistants and others that are part of the activity. So this whole engagement and outreach, what is it about the field trips that are helpful and the successes that you've seen in engaging and creating more of a community feel for a golf course?
I think the biggest thing is it shows people that wouldn't normally have been exposed to golf or golf courses or anything, it brings them out to the golf course and actually see what's going on. The biggest thing of all about it is, a lot of these people have a lot of misconceptions about golf, what it is, what we do to the environment, what we don't do to the environment. And actually one sort of alternate version one time, we had a local farm group bring a bunch of people out for a couple of sessions. Not quite this, but with adults, but it was amazing. They all, I felt they all came there to challenge us, and they left being like, wow, we had no idea that superintendents and golf course maintenance and that part of it was, so environmentally friendly. So that worked out kind of like, that shows the genesis for the adult side of it, but then the kids, it exposes them to golf. The next generation's out there, they start seeing, hey, you know what, I don't have to be a doctor, I don't have to be a scientist, I don't have to be a YouTuber. I can actually put these things that I don't like learning in school to work. And actually I can have a good career out of it. And like Leanne said, down the road, we're like, hey, this might be something I really want to look at and try and do. And we've had interns out of it. We've had some high school kids come work for us out of it, and to start that, getting that initial bug in there.
Right.
But and it's just giving back. I've been at private clubs, but it's just giving back to the school district and the local town and everything else. That was huge too.
Just to piggyback with that, Alan and I worked very close together with the first screen that we did between Ledge Rock and Governor Mifflin School District. And I think the sense of community was that we're one. It's no longer, it's a golf club and it's a school district. It became collaborative.
Yeah, so I think you're starting to see, again, how these pieces to the puzzle all come together, right? We've got this curriculum built originally around the science, technology, engineering, and math. Now we're going to add in the arts. And so we take that, it's been being learned in the classroom, and we all know that we've having that experience of a field trip where you can touch and feel and actually actively be a part of that coming to life. What better place than the golf course? And so that's what the beauty of this. And so as Alan shared, it just continues to grow. Other people see this. And I want to go back to something that Jane Marie said in terms of the creativity. Mike, Toro's known for its manufacturing, a bunch of engineers, and you build things and you move on. But what she just said is actually very important to the whole business model of the Toro Company, the arts.
It is. And creativity can come, with STEM thinking, but there are a lot of people that are, more art-oriented, not necessarily, we're not talking about exclusively painters and that, but people that think creatively. There are people that think more linearly, and that's the nature of people. And so, as I would say to folks when I was at Toro, it's like, if innovation was purely processable, then everybody would do it. But it's not. It is the person that has the idea that somehow moves it forward and morphs to invention, and not all inventions are great, but that maybe that invention then moves to innovation, and we bring real world solutions to the golf industry or to all the other industries we serve. And so, the innovation has been, and will continue to be the lifeblood of Toro, and they continue to put, serious energy into making sure we have an environment where there is freedom of ideation, and there is, there's a lot of the arts in that thinking.
For sure. And I think I now want to kind of see this in action, and Jay Marie, you're the one that we could go to because you've been doing it for 30 years. And so when it comes to the classroom, as a classroom teacher, you had students participate, obviously in the classroom, but then you took them out to a golf course, and what was the effect of that? And why is this so magical?
I was just going to say, it was magical. It is hands-on, one of in my career, 30 plus years experiences, having kids on a golf club, just interacting, the nature that was there. One of our key vocabulary words was aesthetics. Before we went in, what does that mean? Well, let's see it. Let's find it. When we went to Ledge Rock, the pumpkins across the bridge as we came in, the gardens, even in the bathrooms, the flowers that were set aside. Students learned hands-on what the word aesthetically pleasing means because they felt it. They actively learned. They were part of it. Yeah.
Well, that's great. Now I look to Alan, and I'm sure there's some superintendents out there that are viewing this or here at the show, and they're saying, yeah, but I got a full-time job, and my job is very stressful and challenging, and so how can I find the time to actually bring this magic to my golf course? And so, Alan, tell us just a little bit and share your experience as a superintendent. That is no different than any other superintendent. You're busy. Why did you decide to get involved, and how difficult or not difficult has it been?
So when I initially got involved at Ledge Rock, one of the top junior pros or junior teachers in the country is there, and Andy had a lot of junior programs. And part of his programs, he would always bring him to the maintenance shop or bring us up to talk about etiquette and maintenance, and just to give one of his classes just to understand the backside of what we did. So that was the start of it, and then one of the superintendents in Jay Marie's school district retired, and he became a member, and they had a function at the club, and they had one of the STEM classes start building a miniature golf course for the party. So they invited us down and said, these kids know nothing about golf. They have an idea what putt-putt is. Can you show them how to what a golf course involves? So we went down. Andy and I visited with them. They had a lot of fun for that afternoon, and on the way out, I met Jay Marie and a couple of other people from the school and said, by the way, we could bring this to the golf course with Andy. And the hardest part then was reining Jay Marie in and trying to slow her down and put the brakes on a little bit because, again, I'm a superintendent and I had 800 ways to go. But I think the enthusiasm on that side helped us a lot get into it. But then I think the biggest issue for me at the time was trying to get my head wrapped around how to do it. Like, I knew what I wanted to do, but, the website had lesson plans and stuff in there. And I started really... I think that's the drawback for everybody else. Like, I feel like I have to have a structure to this, and I hate saying this, Leanne might hit me, but there really isn't a structure. I set up a bunch of guidelines on each station. We're like, all right, we'd like to talk about these things, depending on the concentration level, say, at the time. You might get them all, you might get some, and the big thing we found is just having the stations very interactive and just hit a couple of bullet points. And, I've been to a bunch too as a liaison and just been on the teaching side of things too. And it's been very, very rewarding, but the setup's actually very easy. Once you get the first one done, it's really easy, but I think the initial thought process is, hey, this first one's hard, and it really isn't. And Leanne has a great job with the website now, and between us all, there's a lot of lesson plan might be too strong a word maybe. Just a lot of good bullet points of what you might want to hit and just go from there. Like you know, the first day, which was the longest, it probably took us 2 hours to set up. Now it's probably down to an hour.
Yeah.
And, you know, just come and just, the big thing is have the kids have fun.
Right.
Yeah, like as far as the fun, we got there, I think it was the last year we did it together, and it was drones. As the kids got off the bus, the drones were coming in and meeting them, and they were just like, you had me from hello. Yeah. The other really huge piece is the career readiness. When we want our careers to keep going and we need personnel, we need our students to learn what do these people do in a golf course. And I think that was a huge takeaway. You know, you plant the seeds when they're in 4th grade and beyond, and then they choose that to study or to get that work.
And actually, Jay Marie just, you know, brought up a good point there. I know, again, we kind of went off topic, and you know this too, but you know, I think that's the big thing is the structure, you know. The kind of standard first screen is you have 6 or 7 stations. The kids come in for 3-4 hours, and you go through, you know, 20 minutes at each station. You learn different things. But, you know, we did a bird class with Jay Marie where she had a bunch of kids just in a bird class. And actually that worked out backwards because I jokingly said at the high school one day, you know, we could do with some bird boxes. And 2 months later, they arrived up with, you know, 20 bird boxes. Wow. So with the giving back part of that, we, you know, Jay Marie's able to bring her kids out and actually visit all the bird boxes, check it out with a horticulturalist. We brought a math class out, which is a small group. We brought them around and showed them some math on the golf course. It was actually one of the funny because one of their questions in their textbooks was about fine fescue and how many seeds or something is in a pound. So they were ecstatic to see what fine fescue looked like. And you know, over the years we've kind of broken into different things. You know, we've done some with Cub Scouts. So it's not just the schools, even though that's the easiest access because, you know, with teachers and the schools obviously are very enthusiastic once they see it. But there's a lot of other avenues to make it work.
Well, and the students that I was able to bring back to the golf course, they were kiddos that needed a little extra love and a little extra attention, and they were our bird team. And you talk about birding on a golf course, they were amazed. They saw Baltimore Orioles, great blue herons, mallard ducks. We saw painted turtles in the pond. You want to talk about giving kids beyond the 4 walls of the classroom and experience, first screen.
Well, the only bird you didn't throw in there was a yellow-breasted whippoorwillow. I would have really been impressed. But I want to go back to some nuts and bolts for our members, Leanne. So Alan's been there. They've done it. Jay Marie's just been a tremendous advocate for this. But again, talk a little bit about what we've created in terms of this thing in a box, that this thing isn't overwhelming, that what we've done to make it as easy as we possibly can. And then, as Alan mentioned, I mean, you still need to take the first step. You've got to lead out, have that little courage, but after you do it, it's just going to continue to evolve and grow. So talk about what we've created.
Absolutely. So we have created what I would like to call the easy button to get started for First Screen. We have information, like they said, on the website. But honestly, the easiest way to get started with First Screen is just to send me an email, and my contact information is on the website. It's on these slides at the end here. And I will help you. We have scripts to help you break that ice with a school or the teachers. And we have lots of different flyers that kind of speak to the program and that help explain it to others. We have checklists that you can just follow along, check things off as you go to help you get prepared. And I would say probably the best thing that we have, and we have quite a few of them here today in the audience, are our First Screen liaisons. These are experienced superintendents. They're experienced at hosting First Screen field trips, and they are great people to bounce ideas off of to help you get started, ideas of what you can host at your First Screen field trip. And they'll even come and help and run a station if it makes sense with their calendars. So that is one of the most, to me, I don't want you to get overwhelmed by thinking about STEM or STEAM or I'm not a teacher, Leanne, I'm a golf course superintendent. What am I going to talk to these kids? Our learning plans, our lessons online have the questions all prepped and ready to go. And then once you get 1 or 2 underneath your belt, I think you'll be more like Alan and you'll be more willing to draw outside the lines and do your own thing, because the beauty of First Screen is that it is flexible and you can have it be as, you know, many kids as you want. You are in control of what kind of classroom or student group that you're bringing to your golf course.
Yeah, one of my students' favorite experiences was seeing all the Toro tractors. Oh my gosh, I mean, just getting up close, we got them right up close, and just to see the innovation and what they did, and you explained like how this one was this job, this one was this job, and it was beautiful.
Kids love crawling all over them. So.
Yeah, they do.
Thank God the safety's good on them.
They do, like safety.
So I'm going to go off script here just a little bit, because as I'm listening to all of this, I'm imagining there's still some questions out there about, okay, labor, and it's great, and I'm coming from a standpoint of I just don't have the time and so forth. I've got a labor challenge. And so I want to kind of bring this home in terms of what we're going to continue to try to do with this program. You've seen a bunch of pictures, and in fact, we've got a youngster here. And the majority of these have been centered around, young kids, elementary school age, junior high school age. So we're going to put a significant emphasis on high school. And especially when it comes to STEAM, we've got young kids that are in that process of deciding what are they going to do with their lives. We just, and Mike and Tammy were a part of this. We had some students from a local high school that are part of a program called JAG, Jobs for American Graduates. And these are individuals that have made a decision that they want to come out of high school, they want to find a job that can lead to a career, but they need the training, they need the opportunity, they need something that will spark their imagination of what is possible. And so right now, that possibility doesn't really exist for golf because they're unaware of what even a superintendent is or what they could be because they're not exposed to a golf course. They're potentially in an inner city. They haven't been on a golf course. So the beauty of this program is the fact that we're taking whatever that classroom looks like, wherever it is at in your community. They are now getting on one of these school buses that you've just seen or going over with their high school biology class or whatever the case is and being put on that golf course, and their eyes just open up as has been described here. They just start to see, I didn't realize the science behind this. I didn't realize that this equipment is pretty cool and fascinating. I didn't realize that there's wildlife here and that I can be a part of all of this ecosystem. And so that's what's starting to light up kids, I should say, young people's eyes. But what's happening on a practical level, the superintendents that are catching this vision are doing what? They finish this and they reach into their pocket and they hand out their business card and they say, if you're looking for a summer job, or if you're wanting to work on the crew, or you're wanting to be a part of this environment, here's my card. And we've had major success in superintendents being able to get an entire wrestling team or a football team or kids in a biology club become staff members of theirs. And so the practicality of this is real, it's happening, it's working. And so I want to come back now to just some of the, I'll call them recipes for success. And that's going to be some of the lessons that have been learned on this panel. What would you say when you're looking back on your first green, the very first green you did, to the last one you've done? What did you learn and what would you do different just starting? So if they're just going to do their first one, what advice could you give them, Jane Marie, as an educator or as when they go to talk to an educator?
Yeah, I would say start small to go big. And I think right with what Alan did for us is brought out the equipment. Bring out what your tools are. Tools of your trade. Let them see them. That one thing you had them throw in to get the moisture. Yeah. It was like the coolest thing. It was like we went to Disney World.
Free aeration.
What was it?
Free greens aeration.
There you go. So think about what you have because they're treasures. They're actually tools of your trade, but the kids don't know what it is. Most of the kids we took were never on a golf course ever. So just to get them there, the environmental science piece, like what do you have there that's beautiful? Maybe it's just the ducks swimming across the pond, but can you imagine them getting out their journals and actually starting to use the arts and journaling, write in that journal what they see? Look at your greens, look at your fairways. Like, it's all there. It's a recipe for success for field trips, and I can't stress enough getting the kids beyond the four walls. Do you like learning always between the four walls? Think about your past. Most kids learn best when they get to go do something and experience it, so I really can't stress it enough. It was a game changer.
Okay. Alan, same question. What would you do different, or what top lesson have you learned?
I think the first one was not let Jane Marie take over. We ended up at the first, I think we had 160 kids the first time in 2 groups. We just went into deep end. So I think starting out, maybe just stick with one class and keep it a little bit smaller just to get your feet wet. But yeah, everything else became more organic over the time. You know, the Philadelphia Association has been great too. Kristen's been awesome up there, and the Golf Association has been. So we've had, in Philadelphia, we have a really good support network on the backside too, as well as obviously GCSAA and Leanne. But yeah, you know, there's not much we've changed. I think just starting out, just start a little smaller, just to get your feet wet rather than get in the deep end. We, you know, we started with high schoolers, and I think that was a mistake because they're, you know, some of the stuff worked, some of it didn't. Where the small kids are more interactive, so it's a lot easier. And I think with the older, you know, generation that we want to try and get into the industry, we need to be more heavy on the science, you know, go more into less fun, more education, and to respond a little better. So I think that's the biggest thing we learned.
Yeah, and I think talking, the two of us and our group collaborating and saying, you know, like he's like, hey, what if we brought drones in? Yes. What about if we get the kids in the stream and look for macroinvertebrates? Yes. And just the whole way we like iterated each time, we made it better. Those small things. He also brought cookies out at the end, and the kids were like, we're getting cookies?
And golf carts are huge too.
Oh, golf carts.
Yeah. Anytime you have to get a golf cart to get them somewhere in the shuttle, game changer.
Game changer. Yeah. That's their favorite part, going down the fairway in the golf cart.
So it sounds like cookies and hot fudge sundaes are the key to success. Mike's getting hungry now as well. So Leanne, and then I've got a question. I'm going to go to Leanne and then come back to Mike on something just as a major employer. Let's go back to the curriculum, the arts, and what just happened here. So we talked about this grant, and this grant's going to enable the Jane Maries of the world, who, quite frankly, we all know in America, the classrooms are underfunded, teachers are underfunded. And so what is this going to do? Talk to us about what this grant will do and how it will be utilized on the First Green program.
Absolutely. I am so excited, and believe me, I kind of want to go back to 3rd grade and have Jane Marie be my teacher because she brings so much passion and excitement as well. But with this grant, we are going to get to work right away, and we are going to be working on several different things. Adding the A to a lot of the existing curriculum or the existing learning plans on our website with different ideas so that our superintendents and people putting on the field trips don't have to, if they don't necessarily have a Jane Marie teacher to work with, they'll have different ideas of what they can do right out of the box to make it easy for you. The grant is also going to help us with our high school learning. We don't have a ton already online and created. But boy, our members are telling us, Leanne, we want to do more with high school students. And so that's going to help us get teachers. We're going to have a teacher task group to help me take some of this existing learning stations, make them up for high school level kids. It's going to help us with our JAG outreach, to your point. And I just want to give a shout out. If any of you see 50 high school kids running around, they are from JAG, Arizona at the Tonopah Valley High School, taking in everything that you all are doing here today, and they are over the moon excited, big eyes. So more opportunities like that. And then the classroom grants are a big part, the Tammy and Mike Hoffman classroom grants, where we're going to be giving grants to teachers to implement different either creative arts, buy supplies for their classroom, so that they can extend the learning that is happening when they take the kids to the field trips back when they do go back to the school. Because I know the biggest gift we can give is to remove barriers for excellent teachers to do their job and really ignite those students and continue the STEAM learning.
And I've actually heard that a few times. We've been really lucky with Mifflin and the local district, but I've heard a few times from other people that they had a hard time getting the school district get the buses to get the kids out, and that was the biggest hurdle actually for a lot of people. I know they ended up working it out, and I think some, I know our Torba distributor has always been a big, Tesco's always been a big contributor to us and helping us out, but that was always on our side. But I know other places that helped out with buses and getting the kids out. But yeah, that, having this, thank you, Mike, is massive. I think it is huge for everybody.
So I want to come back to Mike here and even broaden our perspective of this. And while we're talking about superintendents and their labor challenges, at the end of the day, we all live in this golf cosm, if you will. And it's if you walk this trade show floor, you'll run into a former superintendent that is now possibly working for Toro, or you'll run into somebody that was working for Toro that now a superintendent. It's interchangeable. And so we look at this thing holistically in terms of labor. And so Mike, when you see this, and again, coming from your background, when you put all of this together, how important is it? And obviously it is, because you just gave $1 million to try to springboard this thing. But I guess my question goes back to this whole idea of getting them the opportunity to witness a golf course, or what this industry has. And what are some of your experiences with that, to really get the word out that there's opportunities that you found? You came in as a service tech, and now you were the CEO.
That's a longer story, and we don't have time for that. But I think as you listen to the whole program, this is all about stimulating curiosity, and I think, as Jim Collins said so well, it's about the power of and it's grade schoolers and stimulating that. It's middle schoolers, it's high schoolers. It's, you have damage on the golf course fairway, you go out and sod it, but you go to the nursery green and you start with seeds, and it takes a lot longer. But someday those seeds will serve, and to me, that is what this is about. Those we may not be doing it. Tammy and I are retired now, so we're really counting on you guys to do it. But this is a place filled with lots of different ages that will see this over time, and so keep stimulating their curiosity. That will serve well the golf industry. It'll serve well the Toro companies and the like around the world.
Well, and again, I appreciate that comment, because I think it is going to not only help the superintendents, but it's going to help those companies in here, because the more people that are exposed to golf, the more opportunities we are going to have for that creativity, that innovation that we so need in this business. So as we look at the clock, we always like to leave with a call to action. And so I want to spend the remaining time that we have with that call to action. Mike's already called us to action. He wants us to make sure that we deliver.
Wisely.
What's that?
Spend it wisely.
Spend it wisely. And any other expectations you have, Mike, and we'll just go down the line.
No, the highest confidence in you and your organization, and again, Ken Melrose, who did it before. It was great to be a part of this, and we know you will use it well.
Absolutely. Jay Marie, your call to action.
I would say really snowplow leadership, like make it happen, don't let it happen. Get started as soon as you can. Failure, that first attempt of learning, is what we want kids to learn. That if the first green is not the way you thought it was going to be at first, iterate, move on, just like we do with prototyping. So we need, we need to get the kids there.
I think the biggest thing is, like I said earlier, I think the biggest hurdle is the mindset of, I can't do this, I'm too busy, I got so much more going on. So, any superintendent out there that wants to try, obviously we've got the liaisons and myself as one. Leanne's a great resource, and a lot of the local associations are great. Just rely on them and help. I was lucky with meeting the school district. I don't have kids, but you have kids at the local schools. There's always a way to get in. So, it sounds like a big hurdle, but I just think that going out and doing it, giving back to the community, and long term. I know after I left Ledge Rock, Leanne actually at Lavernia had a bunch of summer schoolers come out for different things, and they worked from the clubhouse one week and kitchens, and you saw the whole industry across the board. Yeah. So all of them, we've now exposed them to so much, and they are the future of our industry, and the next assistants and superintendents and spray techs, mechanics, chefs, whatever it might be. So getting them out and getting them exposed at an early age is huge. So just don't be afraid. Just go do it. Like Jim Ree said, if you fail, you fail. We did it once. It was okay. No one killed us. And we just kept moving on. It's grown from there. So just don't be afraid, I guess, is my call to action.
Love it. Leanne?
Yeah, so for my call to action, on our website, there is a link that you can register to host. You're not committing to anything right away. You're registering your interest to host. I'll send you information. But I want to say that my job is basically to act like Match.com. I have teachers signing up for field trips, and I need to help find them golf courses and golf course superintendents who are willing to host. And I hope you were noting here one thing we failed to mention. Golly, is just how much fun you're going to have, okay? Because as these slides were going on, I think you probably noticed that there were smiles on not only the kids' faces, but the adults' faces as well. And I'll be there with you every step of the way. Don't let your maybe just a little bit of hesitation about how much work or I don't know if I have time to do it hold you back. Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah.
So I'll be a little more direct. Get it done. You need to step up. You need to unzip the tent. You need to lead out. This is important that we get this right. The golf industry needs more individuals that have shaped this game the way that it is now. We're in dire need of people that really care about the environment, that want to be innovative, that want to come up with the newest technology, and this is a way to do it. And so with that, we've got about 3 minutes left. I know it's a little difficult to hear in here, but are there any just burning questions? I know we've got, I'm looking out at a few liaisons. We've got Dave Phipps, who's been extremely involved in this from the beginning. Ryan Crosshofer, who's done a whole bunch of first green events. So are there any questions? We have one right behind you there in the light blue. No question? You're just yeah. Okay. Any questions that you have? If not, this group of panelists are going to be hanging around. You may have some, a business card that you want to drop off, so where Leanne can give you a call. You might want to pat Mike Hoffman and Tammy Hoffman on the back for their donation, and then you certainly want to give Jane Marie a pat on the back for all that she's done for these young people for over 30 years, and now still has that passion to impact people's lives and to be an ambassador for the First Green. And Alan, certainly appreciate you. You're a lead-out type of superintendent that rolls up the sleeves and gets it done. And so no pressure, but we need your help, and we've got to go change the world. So let's go and do it. Thanks, everybody. Have a great rest of your show.
Thank you. Well done. Well done.
Well done.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
It's really good.
welcome back to the GCSAA TV live stage here, presented in partnership with Envu. I'm at the 2024 GCSAA Conference and Tradeshow here in lovely Phoenix, Arizona. And for those of us that have got outside and don't get the sun as much this time of year, it's tough being inside. But while you're in here, let's have some good conversation. I'm joined with Dr. Cochran here from DPH Biologicals to talk about your bio-aeration program. Absolutely. But Alex, before we get started to talk about that, we were talking backstage, and there's some heritage with growth products, turf growth products, a company that we've been familiar with in the turf industry for a really long time. Let's start with that background.
Absolutely. So yeah, DPH Biologicals was a name that was formed in 2018 that included a merger of two companies, one of which was growth products. So that legacy lives on through DPH Biologicals, and then just this past year, a group, including myself, became co-owners of the company. So it went through a transition, was private equity owned for a period of time. Okay. That transitioned to myself and a small handful of us that are now the owners.
Yeah, and again, before we get into the technology, we shared a mutual colleague in Alan Taylor at Cornell, who's, I'm sure, not listening to this, retired now. But seed science, right, and the coding of seeds is a big thing in agriculture, leads to enhanced plant health and better yield. And it sounds like you're starting to bring some of that biological thinking now from ag. Absolutely. And other things you've learned with your background with Syngenta and Corteva now into this company and focusing on what we would call bio-aeration. Just in practical terms, you're trying to use a biological to solve a soil physical problem. So let's start with how does this thing work and what's the technology involved?
Absolutely. So, you know, one of the things that I've been at this now in product development with some of the large names that you see in the hall here for many, many years. I became fascinated with biologicals and the role that they can play in terms of helping support traditional practices, whether it's in conventional agriculture or certainly in turf management. What I've come to learn over the last 20 years is that biologicals can be a part of that solution. So, you know, in some cases you hear companies out there talking about total replacement of traditional practices, and there may be an opportunity for that in some places, but I look at it much more pragmatically, which is the opportunity to work hand in hand with conventional approaches. So just, you know, as you mentioned, Alan and seed care as an example. So that was really where I first became introduced to biologicals as a solution, and was actually a part of a team that helped introduce, in the case of Corteva and Pioneer Seed, a biological on every unit of treated seed that goes out the door with Pioneer. So if you think about the tens of millions of acres of Pioneer treated seed that it impacts, it's a lot. And a lot of people aren't even aware of the importance of the biological as a part of that seed treatment recipe. Right. So then taking that a step further into what can we do with turf with biologicals. So one of the things that we've seen through the development of this bio-aeration program is that the opportunity to really complement traditional cultural practices, whether that's core aeration or verticutting, to help support better soil structure, in particular, helping alleviate compaction, helping soils drain better. We know that biology plays a really critical role, and there's a lot of work that's gone on recently from some very pioneering folks. So take Dr. Fred Bilo at the University of Illinois has talked a lot about the importance of biologicals for helping support healthy soils and productivity of crops. Right. The same is absolutely true for turf. Okay. And having a rich and active biological system associated with the plant roots, with the turf roots, is going to improve your situation in terms of making fertility programs more efficient and also helping improve soil structure situations in where you have a rich biological system.
Perfect. So one of the things we know about turf systems, right, grass systems in general, is that they lay down a lot of surface organic matter, right? Absolutely. So there's a lot of food in there for biologicals that are inherent to the site to function, right?
No question.
But oftentimes that organic matter is there and the soil physical properties still aren't very good, right? You may have some compaction. Does in the work you've seen other places, does the interaction with the existing organic matter enhance? Because, you know, they're always trying to manage organic matter, and we do a lot of coring and otherwise. So let's start with a little bit more about, you've got a very organic rich system. you may have some soil physical problems.
Right.
How does this work in that sort of what seems like a mass of stuff already?
Absolutely. So let me.
Good. This is good.
Let me go to just kind of what it is. So just kind of skip past some of the stuff that you know more or less just describes the program.
Yeah.
But kind of get into the components. So with this bio-aeration program, we position two distinct biological technologies. So the first one is a product called SP1. This was a product that we developed in actually not the Growth Products legacy, a different legacy that came together. But what we've seen is the opportunity to really change soils with this technology. It's a liquid inoculant. It contains a consortia of bacillus bacteria as well as green microalgae and a humus extract that's a rich source of organic carbon. So carbon can be derived from multiple sources. Most people in the room think about humic acid as an important source of carbon, and certainly it is. This is a different source of organic carbon that's derived, it's purely plant-based, so unlike humic acid. So again, the main focus there,
first part.
That's the first part.
Okay.
The second part, and getting to your question about organic matter, is around Residus WS. So this is a technology that the focus is recycling organic matter.
Okay.
So it contains also a consortia of bacillus bacteria, but in addition, it has two fungi. And the fungi are really the workhorses here. So fungi are absolutely, as we know, their role in nature is to recycle things, right? That's the main role of most fungi in nature. Of course, some are plant pathogens.
That's right.
But the majority are recyclers.
That's right.
That's what they do. And we have two very good ones that are part of this solution. And the idea there is to degrade organic material, whether that's thatch at the surface, and of course, that's an important role of this solution, is to help reduce thatch layer, which can be an important reservoir for disease. It's also a rich source of nutrients, right?
Perfect.
There's a lot of free fertilizer that's
well,
trapped in all of that dead material.
Well, and then, we know, as you know as a microbiologist, there's always this competition for the nitrogen between the plants and the microbes themselves. As scientists, data. I know Growth Products has been around. You're bringing in some new technology.
Absolutely.
When you say the soil changes,
yes,
can you quantify that around certain parameters? What are they?
Absolutely. So I'll touch on just a couple of points. So we partnered in our past with multiple universities, including Texas A&M and Michigan State, and I'll highlight those two here. So as an example, in work done with Michigan State, this is an example from 2022. In this case, comparing bio-aeration to a core aeration program.
So you didn't core those plots.
Correct. So specifically looking at turf quality, and this is multiple assessments. You can see the dates up there that are being highlighted. So combined at a 1 to 9 turf quality scale. So a subjective scale. But there was an improvement in bio-aeration. So visual turf quality being improved. This is, probably even more significant because we're talking about soil compaction. So this is work from Texas A&M where they looked at, on the top, a combination of different cultural practices, whether that's aeration or verticutting, without the bio-aeration program, so minus DPH.
So is that a Clegghammer measure? That's not a bulk density measure.
That's a PSI measure.
So it's a PSI measure.
Using
putting a penetrometer.
A penetrometer, correct.
Okay.
And then on the bottom, you can see plus DPH. So this is the DPH, those two biological components. And the interesting part was aeration and verticutting both, really not a change compared to the, even above minus. But if you look at just DPH products, no cultural practice, that's what CP means. It had the best compaction score, and it was statistically significant. You can see the statistics.
So lower numbers better.
Lower numbers better. You want lower compaction numbers. That means a softer playing surface.
Okay. All right. So At first you said supplement. Now it looks like I can replace. Are there real labor? I mean, listen.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have figured out there's probably a million places out there you can figure out how to drive a piece of metal into the ground.
Sure.
Right? And we love it.
Absolutely.
We got 100 people core and we love it.
Yes.
Are you saying we don't get to do that anymore?
Well, so it depends on your
I can see the guys twitching now, not being able to
it depends on your situation. So I want to highlight an example of a real-world situation. So Grand Park is a facility. It's actually my hometown in Westfield, Indiana.
Sports field.
It's 400 acres of recreational fields. It's one of the largest in the country.
Okay.
Summer home of the Indianapolis Colts. So this is a significant site.
And I'm sure a professional sports field manager.
Exactly. So the supervisor or superintendent here allowed us to trial this program on 4 soccer pitches. I highlighted this here. And we looked at different programs, either 2 applications of Bio-aeration, spring, fall, or 4, which would include 2 applications during the summertime. So
that's best. Let's stop there for a second. Go back. That's best practices right there. Which one of those is best practices?
So that's a great question, and I'll come back to it because it actually depends on how aggressively you want to manage the situation.
Okay.
So traditional practice at this site is 5 to 6 core aerations a year. Right. That's what they traditionally do. That was field 19 in this example, or treatment 4. So field 19 and field 21 are adjacent to each other. There's no actual line there. You can see the culvert, the drainage ditch that separates them. Field 21 in this picture had 1 application in April.
Okay.
And I took that picture August 28th.
All right, hold on a second now. Okay. We love these before and after pictures, don't
absolutely.
Or side-by-side things.
Well,
what about nutrients?
Seeing is believing.
How come that can't that be nutrients? It may not be fixing a physical problem. It may actually just be releasing nutrients that are
or
there.
it's the
the
biology helping release nutrients.
That's the point. Yeah.
And at the end of the day, does it really matter if you're getting
that's the point.
Better quality turf, right?
Exactly right. Okay, so best practices.
Right.
Let's get to the best practices as we start to wrap up.
So on heavy play, and just as an example, I do want to highlight, we did actually, working with a partner, Biomakers, we did a metagenomic analysis of those 2 fields, grid sampled. We saw a clear change in soil biology that was positive in the field that I showed. And this is the year after, before any application was made. So visually, you could still see a difference. Now, field 22 had 4 applications, and if you talk to Ryan, the superintendent here, Ryan Fisher, excellent superintendent, he would tell you the 4 application program for them was the best program. This is a highly trafficked situation. So best practices in highly trafficked, I would recommend likely 4 applications. In a homeowner lawn, 1. Really.
Golf course putting green. Golf course putting green.
Golf course putting green, 2 to 4 typically.
Okay. Per year?
Per year.
Perfect. Okay. So best practices for best results, somewhat related to, and I'm with you 100% on this, that 5 times aeration, we usually don't get enough aeration on sports fields, so I'm really pleased to see. Well, the field is used and they know what they're doing.
They're aggressive,
but they've got that they've got that component there. So now I don't have to make as many applications, but I want to, as we wrap up, differentiate you again from maybe the other things that are saying liquid aeration.
Absolutely,
it's a very popular marketing term.
No question.
How is yours different than the other terms? I think I know growth products, and I can see what you're showing me. And it makes sense, biologically. Absolutely. I can understand it. How is yours different than somebody else telling I got liquid aeration? 1,
we have data.
Yeah.
So one thing I would challenge for people that claim they have data is asking for the data. So we're working with universities. It's not just, I share Grand Park because that's a real world example, but it's not just anecdotal. We have science that we're backing this technology up. These are technologies that have been proven over many years in other uses. So for example, SP1 is a product that's been used in row crop agriculture for over 20 years and is broadly used across the United States in that space. So it's been proven in other crops. We're just bringing it now to turf because we see that potential benefit in turf. And again, it's 1, investing in the time and the resources to really prove it out.
Okay.
And 2, we're not saying it's going to fix every situation. So I'm not telling you this is going to be mother's milk and it's going to solve every problem. But I do think as we think about conventional management practices, one area, if you haven't tried biology, I would strongly encourage you to think about that. Biologicals can make a significant difference in conventional practices. I've lived it in my days at Pioneer and seed treatment. I've lived it in my days at Syngenta, and we're certainly seeing it here at DPH.
It's so great to have you here, Alex.
Absolutely.
And I'm really excited about this technology you're bringing. Really appreciate you having that data. And of course, from a scientist's perspective, you can never have enough data. So
Absolutely.
I really appreciate you taking the time to join us. I'm Frank Rossi. I'm so excited to be on the GCSAA TV live stage here at the GCSAA TV live stage, in partnership with Envu, here at the 2024 GCSAA Conference and Show. We'll be back with some more segments later on. Really appreciate Alex taking the time to join us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the GCSAA TV live stage here at the 2024 GCSAA Conference and Show in lovely Phoenix, Arizona. If you don't like this kind of weather in the winter, you must be from some place where it's like this all the time. And I am so thrilled to do this episode with my pal Paul Rocker. We've been doing this a long time, celebrating the equipment technicians, and today is the Most Valuable Technician Award. We've got Gregory Jack, the golf course superintendent, and our honoree, Jason Ziegler from the Oaks Club in Osprey, Florida, south of Sarasota. And before we get to that, and because Foley's been the partner of this for a really long time, Paul, let's talk about how you guys have decided to make supporting this part of the industry, the equipment technician role, a big part of what you're doing and what you're planning in the future.
Yeah, the role is obviously incredibly critical to any course. As you look at what makes a course live, what it really drives are individuals like Jason. And Foley's strategy and how we run our offering is about shop machines, things that are going to make it more efficient, improve the agronomy. You know, and as we've expanded at Foley, as you'll see, you know, we want to continue to offer more shop machines that make his job hopefully a little bit easier. And we realize the struggles in the industry with hiring, and what we want to do is make it simpler and easier.
And these are the guys directly using your equipment.
They are.
Superintendent's not you. You don't let them touch it, do you?
Nope.
No, see what I mean?
No.
So these are your customers, so it makes sense to do that. Now, what have you brought to them this year? I hear there's some exciting things that are going to help my back and my equipment technician's back.
Yeah, so we have launching, we're actually showing the prototype, which will be launching sometime the start of third quarter from our factory. It's a new 642 quick spin. Okay. It's actually a floor level grinder. You can take your walk behind, walk up, click it in. You can do a quick spin touch off, and within 10 minutes, you'll be back out rolling and whatnot. You can take in, do your relief grind, do this 2 or 3 times in between. It's going to be very efficient, and you don't have to lift it up.
This is very exciting. The first thing that comes to mind is BAM!
Yeah, no.
So I know you guarantee these things. Talk a little bit about you thinking through that process to sort of deal with the whoops.
Yep, so we have it set up from a safety standpoint, and we're going to build it like everything else at Foley. We're going to overbuild it.
That's right.
And for us, we're going to take 5 prototypes, and we're letting certain different groups of customers beat the daylights out of it. And we'll run it to failure, and then we'll do the final touch-ups and make it look pretty and get it out into the market.
Great. Well, we're very excited. Now we're going to get to the real honoree of the day. Thank you for supporting this. But Jason, you're, so great to celebrate this award. You wonder, most of us work, and especially equipment technicians, we're behind the scenes. No one sees us, right? Sometimes we're doing our job when no one's complaining, no one's noticing us. But you're coming in every day having to service the crew and this guy.
Yes.
It looks like you could take them, though.
Maybe
what are some of the things when you show up in the morning? What are some of your biggest priorities when make sure that place is running to your satisfaction, making sure everything that all those people are about to go out to use is working at its highest level?
So I just make sure that everything is set up, ready to go for the day. If there's any problems, any last-minute changes, we can make those. Making sure that he has the support, make sure that the goals for the day are accomplished, whatever the goals we have that day. Everything's gonna be weather permitting, but we try to make sure that we make it as smooth as possible. First 30 minutes or so is definitely a key. Once we get past that first 30 minutes, usually things runs pretty smooth.
Okay. I used to be scared of the equipment technician where I worked on the golf course, but you seem like an awfully affable guy. And communication is vital, right? The operators need you to be able to communicate with them about best practice for the equipment. And you got to talk to this guy, especially when it comes to real stuff. How important has becoming a good communicator been in this role for you?
Oh, communication is key. I mean, we use several different ways of communication, but we're constantly riding the golf courses, and we're making sure each other is seeing exactly what the other one's seeing, and making sure that we're addressing the issues that we both see.
And of course, the biggest place that is on the reels, and that's where Foley comes in, right?
Yeah.
I can tell you that this technology is transformed in some ways from what it used to be 20 years ago to what it is today, right? And of course, as well, the health and safety of the people working the equipment is also a higher priority than it used to be with everything open, right? So when you think about real maintenance, right? You're interacting with Gregory on a pretty regular basis. Are you going out there, checking the surfaces, chatting with him, understanding how they're performing? What are some of the key things you're driving around looking at these things? What are some of the key things you're thinking about when you're checking on how your reels are doing?
Just making sure everything's perfect. You know, I mean, that's we're a private club. We definitely work for the members, and we want to make sure everything's perfect. You know, and we recently picked up the Foley, and it's been a lifesaver for us because we've seen a drastic difference in the quality of cut, and when we do have problems, it usually has nothing to do with the grinding. Most of the problems we have, we can fairly confidently say it's something to do with the machine, something to, you know, hydraulic, solenoid, you know, servo, something has gone bad, you know, to cause it. I mean, we've been very confident with the way that the machines have performed on the
So
reels.
there's a couple of things I think have been consistent in a lot of guys that folks that get this award. You're organized. You tend to be organized. You gotta have a lot of parts. You know how things work. And communication, of course, is critical as well. And being able to take that feedback and interact with people about it. The profession's getting more highlighted now, right? What would you tell people wanting to get into this profession? How'd you get in?
So, you know, I got in by chance. I actually was working on the golf course, and a guy brought me into the shop and asked me to help out, so I enjoyed it and just kept on moving forward. I think the key thing is if you enjoy, even partially enjoy some of the stuff, really get involved in the shop, see if you can just, you know, make your way in there as a PM tech. It's something to do, you know, get your feet wet. And then when you start moving, ask for help. Don't be afraid to ask for help, whether it's a fellow golf course, a distributor, you know, a salesman, a service tech. Ask for help because everybody has been in your shoes at one point or another.
Exactly right. So you've been fortunate to have good mentors along the way, right, to help you along.
Yes.
Well, let's get to one of them, I hope, right? Gregory, the golf course superintendent there. Listen, this relationship is really critical for you. What just jumped out with you to make you say, I got to fill out the application and get this guy the award? What was it that you would say? Of course, they're enormously consistent, right? These guys are coming in every day, grinding literally on the same thing all the time. What were some of the things that jumped out about Jason for you?
Well, this past few years has really been a struggle, especially for the golf course industry, getting new equipment in. And a lot of our equipment was older, and we were struggling to keep it up and running. We went and we discussed some of the ways we could help that longevity, and the fact that we had that open communication, we're able to discuss, and his way of overcoming the adversity rather than just dealing with it really was very impressive. And then plus throw in a hurricane, and he was the first one on site cleaning up and really stepping up for the membership to help get them in and out of their houses was a big deal.
Okay, so this is the first we've heard of the hurricane.
Yeah.
This was the thing that took out Sanibel Island, right? Okay. Yeah. So how long were you shut down? What was this like at the crisis level?
Well, we were very fortunate because we were on the north side of the hurricane, so we didn't sustain as much damage as everybody else, but with a name like oaks, we have plenty of large oak trees.
Okay.
And it was not as bad as we originally anticipated, but there were still a lot of trees and around to cut up and stuff like that. Okay. And so we did have a tree trimmer there that was doing some of the stuff, but I will say he cut up way more trees than I did, and probably as many as most.
Okay. All right, well, there's no crisis. You've still got important things to do. One of them is training operators, and the other one's buying equipment. Let's talk about how you get him involved in these things.
Well, I view his opinion on all the equipment. We discuss what are some of the options, what are some of the negatives and benefits of it, and make sure that we're all on board. Him and along with our assistants, our superintendents are understanding what equipment we like, what we don't like, what are going to be the best for us long term too. And so he has really brought a lot of input and insight into this plus and minuses of some of the equipment.
This is great. You got, you know, what I think helps a really successful organization is open feedback, that you're discussing it. You know, I like this, I don't like that. Not only, you know, your, purchasing decisions, but that feedback makes you wonder what else could really help. What are the kinds of things you might be looking from companies like Foley? Obviously, driving on not having to lift it, and maybe that is a big advancement. Other ideas? What's ways that the industry could keep helping superintendents moving forward?
Well, the advancement in technology has been a big thing. Just whatever can make things simpler and easier to understand rather than eliminating a lot of the human error has been some of the things that we've really appreciated and really helped with changing over staff. But the big thing is just the newer technology, being able to make things more efficient and understanding how things work.
And I tell you, we'll just have a regular conversation about real technology now, because it ain't new. I think it's about 175, 180 years old now from the old Edward Budding days. So I know we need more technology, but it seems like the care and tending to these reels, when I grew up on a golf course, it was backlapping. You only put that thing on the grinder once a year in the winter when no one else was doing anything and you didn't need them. Now that's become a more common practice and not necessarily much backlapping anymore. When you're out there on the golf course, you got things like after-cut appearance you're looking at. I'll let you both talk to it because you notice it and you might have to fix it, or you notice it and you want to talk to them about it. How do you, number one, prevent some of those after-cut issues from happening, and how do you diagnose them when they're out there? Let's start with you, since you're probably held responsible for it first.
Well, with our property, we're very unique in having two different grasses, so two different cutting surfaces, and they're going to react differently. And so we're constantly riding around, and Jason probably spends as much time or more out evaluating the equipment, not only the cut, but also how the operators are running and making sure they're running properly and if there's any potential issues. And we're both, with a big 36-hole property, we've both got to go different ways, and we might even meet out there and say, hey, look, you might want to take a look at this machine or see what we're seeing over here. I think something looks a little off. Are we cutting too much grass? Do we need to grind the reels? What is it? Trying to define what the real issue is.
Okay, so the better he's at, that was brilliant, the better he's at describing what he sees, that gives you some indication on what you might adjust, because let's talk about how many adjustments these reel units have on them now, right? I mean, these things have gotten more complicated, not less complicated. I've done a bunch of research in this area, and particularly with the angle of attack and the bed knife position. Something that if 10 years ago I walked around and talked to golf course superintendents, I don't think 1 out of 10 would have known what I was talking about. He knows enough, hopefully not to be dangerous. Where do you start when he starts giving you feedback? Do you go at, boy, that reel's ready, or oh, that bed knife might need it? Tell me the kind of thought process you go through when he gives you feedback.
Usually the feedback, the first thing I do is go back and see, so I'm looking at the same thing he's looking at, making sure that we both are looking at the same thing. And then we just have to do a process elimination of, where is this at? And you go and look at the mowers working. Is it just this hole? Is it every hole that he mows?
That's right.
How much grass are they cutting? And we got to take all the factors into play before we just condemn the reel itself.
Right.
Because it could be as much as they just hit something, they were dragging something, this particular hole, they cut a lot more grass than they did on the next hole. We run into a lot of different factors, and you just got to start with the process.
That's great. And you can see why Jason won this award. Congratulations. It's so great that Foley continues to celebrate this thing. Gregory, thank you, I'm assuming, for nominating him. And really sorry, the crisis, you're through it now and you're smiling, but I'm sure that wasn't necessarily the most pleasant experience, but you got the firewood for it now anyway, right? So you can keep the place cold, because wasn't it 15 degrees down there the other day? It was pretty cold down into Florida.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Minnesota.
No, just down into Florida. It got pretty cold. I don't know if it got 15. Anyway, thank you all for joining me. Todd Rocker with the Foley Company, Jason Ziegler, and Gregory Jack at the Oaks Club in Osprey, Florida, just south of Sarasota. Thank you all for joining me here on GCSAA TV Live from the 2024 GCSAA Conference and Show. We'll be right back with some more segments after this. Thanks for joining us. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
Good having you. Well done.
Hello, and welcome to Foley Company here in Prescott, Wisconsin. Our facility is 67,000 square feet with 55,000 feet of manufacturing space.
We build everything from scratch here. We bring in raw steel and make parts out of it from the machining area, welding, finishing through the paint booth. The parts then come over to assembly, and we have a team of assemblers that build certain machines. Goes from the back of the building up through the front to a final assembly, and then we pack them up and ship them out.
We strive for perfection from the beginning with having design engineers on site that are familiar with the industry, and we're always trying to stay ahead of the competition by creating the next generation of designs while our current designs are still leading the industry.
We pride ourselves on engineering our product internally, all parts of our product, software, hardware, all of the mechanics behind how it works. That allows us to have complete design control, so we can bring that raw steel in and go all the way to finished product. And if a customer, has a request or there's a service incident, we don't have to rely on suppliers to give us information.
One of the advantages of having control over those various operations, it helps control our costs for the benefit of our customers, and it also gives us more control on the lead time. We bring in sheet steel as well as tube, bar, and round stock. So we have 4 different CNC mills, and we have 2 different CNC lathes. The sheet steel, most of it goes to the laser, and we cut pieces out of the sheet steel, and then from there, all those components typically get joined up in the weld shop. And then from the weld shop, the general path then would take it into powder coat, where we do our own powder coating. And then there are a few components that go outside for some sort of plating or specialty coatings, but the vast majority stay in-house and then move downstream into the assembly operation.
We actually sit on 12 acres of land, which as we look to acquire other companies and expand our portfolio, we already have the space available and plans in place to expand our manufacturing and office space at any time. With this facility, we are definitely proud of everything that we do inside and out. I mean, when you look at it, it's got that new shine, that new car smell and everything to it still. And it's really a jewel of the industrial community here.
Hello, welcome back. My name is Zach Nicoludis with the USGA Green Section, and I'm joined here today by Scott Mingay from the Green Section at the USGA, Bill McCarthy, who's one of our championship directors, and Brian Stromey. And today we're going to be talking about the GS3 Smart Golf Ball and how it was used during the 2023 golf season. We'll get started by firing a question over to Scott. And what is the GS3 and why was it developed?
Thanks, Zach, and thank you for everyone joining us today. The GS3 really was developed as a next evolution of tools to help measure putting green performance at the USGA. So where does the 3 come from? We had a stent meter, right? Everyone's very familiar with those and measuring green speed. Within the last 15 years, we had the USGA TrueFirm, which we've used at all of our championships. I know Zach and Bill have quite a lot of experience with that to measure putting green firmness. And really, we wanted to come up with something that could continue to build on that, but also look at some really new metrics that we wanted to look at, such as smoothness and trueness. So we introduced the GS3. We like to call it the smartest ball in golf. Little tag name we got going there, but you can come by our booth right after this and check out a live demo. But the GS3 measures 4 key metrics. We can use the GS3 in the drop fixture. It'll measure putting green firmness. And then we roll it off a stent meter just as if we were doing a traditional stent. But it'll give us a green speed number without having to pull a tape measure, which is kind of unique since it takes a lot of that operator dependence out. There's no kind of goosing it off the stent meter and just makes it a lot easier. But really the things that we're excited about are the smoothness and trueness metrics. So trueness is that side-to-side deviation that you get while the ball's rolling on the green, and the smoothness is the vertical deviation. The best way to think about these numbers is 0 is perfect. So if we were to roll it on like a billiards table or something like that, we'd get a 0. 2 to 5 is a typical range on smoothness that we see on pretty smooth greens. 5 to 7 maybe getting a little bumpy, and then 15 the greens would have just been aerated. What's really cool, and we're excited to hear these guys' feedback on, is all of that data comes into the Deacon course management platform, right? So now you're able to overlay and look at your GS3 metrics with your weather data and some of the other variables that you're collecting to really drive those data-informed decisions around your golf course. So thinking about that on GS3, Brian and Zach, I'm kind of curious, from your perspective, how do you see GS3 being beneficial for golf course superintendents? I mean, Zach, obviously you travel around a lot as USGA agronomist and get to see this in action. So really kind of curious on your thoughts.
I really think it will be beneficial, or it is beneficial, to eliminate a lot of the perception around how putting greens are performing and be able to put data to what we're actually seeing as a golf ball rolls across the golf course, or rolls across a putting green. I think when it comes to data collection, it's really about monitoring trends over time. So it does take time to build that data set and understand what's going on with putting green performance and how it may change from season to season, from morning to afternoon, or with all the maintenance practices that are being performed on the putting greens.
Yeah, thank you for having us, and we've been very fortunate. We got 3 balls last year, and we're rolling them out at PGA West, which is a series of 9 courses out in the Palm Springs, La Quinta area. And really looking at all the different metrics that it has, and the most important thing for us with 9 courses and 2 membership groups is really to have the same consistency across the 9 different courses. So that's how we're using the ball. This year we have 3 more, so we'll be rolling 6. So there'll be a lot of opportunities to collect that data. And during the Amex, which was 2 weeks ago, we did roll that ball almost every day on almost every green. So we have 2 courses in that series. So we collected a lot of data during the tournaments to help out with all that.
I think one important thing with the GS3 and the data that's collected is it's a great communication tool, because a lot of times when you're communicating with golfers, stakeholders, a general manager, a golf professional, they may not have an in-depth understanding of agronomic processes or what's exactly going on. But when you can show them data and trends and the graphs that are features within the Deacon platform on the PC, it can be a great way to communicate with maybe people that aren't, or don't have as great or an in-depth agronomic understanding as, a golf course superintendent.
We've actually been going through a lot of greens renovations, and so we've been switching over to Tiff Eagle and some non-overseeded greens. So we have 4 courses that are non-overseeded and 5 that are. And so with those two turf types during the seasonal play, we have to match that up and provide the same conditions. And you may have some different colors, you may have some different looks to the different greens, but at the end of the day, the GS3 is showing us that we're producing the same results with the different turf types, which is super important to the membership, and seeing it on a graph is often telling.
It's a perfect example of the perception. Even though something may not look identical, but when it comes down to it, if they're performing the same, it's delivering the same conditions from golf course to golf course.
And the ultimate goal is to give more golfing days. You know, as we go through transition and into the overseed process, if we can show that they're getting better playing conditions more often, that's a win-win for everybody. So.
For sure. You know, Brian, it's cool seeing the GS3 at the Amex, 2 weeks ago. From Zach and Bill, your perspective, GS3 is yet another evolution that the USGA has used as far as collection of data at championships. And I'm just really curious, from your guys' perspective, how has that been used at a USGA championship and helping you prepare and make decisions?
I think, again, it comes back to communication at a championship and understanding how putting greens are performing throughout the day. But big thing is communicating with the superintendent at a championship site as well as championship directors like Bill. So, all of the data collection is performed early in the morning. Firmness is always collected ahead of any morning maintenance, and then speed and now trueness and smoothness will be collected after whatever's done from a mowing and rolling standpoint. But it's when we're looking at that data and then watching golf and having an understanding of how the course is playing, that just gives us a better understanding of what we need to do from a maintenance standpoint so we can achieve the goals that Bill has set for the championship.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important with the data collection aspect. We run 14 national championships a year for a wide variety of demographic of player. And clearly the ability spectrum is pretty wide. I mean, there's definitely a difference between the ability of a player in terms of strength of shot, spin rates, trajectories between the senior women's amateur and the US Open. So in terms of targeting ball reaction and playability for all those different demographics, all of this data collected by the superintendents and our agronomy team through the GS3 just gives us a better opportunity to do that. And I think Zach made a really good point in terms of what we go to see. When we're looking at a US Open versus a mid-am or a 4-ball, we're really looking for different ball reaction from these players in terms of course setup. A lot of times we just talk about, green speed, green speed, green speed, and a lot of the championship directors have kind of called a timeout. What we're really looking for is appropriate green speed to really highlight the great hole locations of the wonderful facilities that we're going to. So, number one, we identify our hole locations. Number two, we use that data set to establish the appropriate green speed for those hole locations. We're just not going to chase speed and lose hole locations. And then finally, what we really look at is the ball reaction related to firmness. When a championship player, regardless of it's the US Open, Women's Open, or the Girls Junior, we want to see a well-struck ball from the fairway with an 8-iron, kind of take a bounce, a check, and kind of a 5 to 10 foot rollout. From the intermediate, going to catch a little flyer, and from the rough, you're probably not going to hold the green. So trying to develop that firmness to get that ball reaction for potentially 14 different demographics, it's never been a science, but it's kind of leaning towards becoming a science.
And I think it's still important to highlight when we're out there watching golf and collecting data, it's very site specific. Just because one golf course, a certain firmness, certain speed to, like Bill said, you start to lose hole locations as you get faster. But we're a lot of times watching from the sidelines, watching golf at our championships, and if we see something we like, especially from a ball reaction standpoint, we're going to sneak out onto that putting green after the group leaves to get an idea of what that firmness was, because then that gives us a better idea of where we want to target. Now, same thing if we don't like what we see from a ball reaction standpoint, if it's playing more receptive, then we want to kind of go back to the drawing board and start to look at what we're doing, especially from a moisture standpoint, to then get to that firmness that we want.
So in addition to, we're talking about during the tournament and using it on daily decisions, which is very important. Everybody that hosts a tournament understands we're preparing for next year's Amex right now. And so we're going to use that ball all the way through transition, through the summer, through even into when we get into our reconstruction, to make sure that we're preparing for the Amex. So we're going to be using it all year long to get to that point where we can make those decisions for the day-to-day. So we're excited about that tool in our box.
And that leans us towards, you know, for a championship director perspective, we're making site visits and course tours, you know, from 2 to 3 years out and coming every 6 to 8 months and visiting, and I call them divot surveys that we're selfishly playing the golf course. But, you know, we're looking for ball reaction at those particular times. We're not gearing up to get to championship conditions. What we're doing is looking at the baseline and then where we need to be.
And I think with the GS3 being available to superintendents now, it's a huge advantage for us in the lead up to championships, with, you know, especially how far out our championships are announced. It gives us the ability to have the GS3 in the hands of golf course superintendents. So we're seeing data collection several years in advance and can get an understanding of how putting greens perform under different weather conditions, as well as different management practices. And I think that would be a huge benefit to.
I mean, that's a great point, because, you know, historically we haven't had a lot of data going into a championship, and we're just trying to gather everything in terms of our setup week and trying to gear it up through the practice rounds and to get ready for either a 4-day stroke play or a 6 or a 7-day stroke play to match play championship. And a great example would be this past year's Mid-Am up at Sleepy Hollow and Fenway. I mean, we had 4 to 5 inches of rain over a few days. We had 7 suspensions and resumptions, and we were all over the place. And firmness was just gone immediately, you know. But when we're able to build that data set leading into the year of the championship, or even 2 years out, you know, if we know that weather pattern is coming, we could probably build ourselves up earlier, let the weather impact it, and still be at championship conditions for the competition itself.
You know, and thinking about transitioning, you know, from championship use to kind of daily play use, to highlight the differences. Can the two of you just talk a little bit about what does data collection look like in the lead up to a championship? And then we'll start to talk about what does data collection look like every day at a golf course, right? Because those are two very different things and different outcomes that we're obviously trying to achieve.
Data collection, you know, our current protocol when we're on site is advanced week. We start collecting firmness and putting green speed data from every putting green on the golf course, as well as any practice greens that will be set up for putting before players play their round. So obviously that's a pretty time-consuming process if you're talking about finding 18 locations to record putting green speeds, or 19, or possibly 19 or 20, depending on how many practice greens, as well as we take 9 firmness readings on every green every morning, and then check how those numbers are trending by checking a few greens throughout the day. So obviously that's when you've got one agronomist or multiple agronomists assigned to purely data collection. That's a very time-consuming process. I think from a daily play perspective, it does not have to be that in-depth. In reality, it could be as simple as collecting putting green data from one putting green that would, you know, really only take 3 to 5 minutes probably, if you were going to do a roll test or do 3 or 6 roll tests, as well as some firmness data.
Yeah, I think, like you said, during the championships, and you know, we have a unique event where it's over 54 holes, right? So we need 3 golf courses to perform at the very exact same, because as the way they move through that, fortunately 2 of them are ours. On a day-to-day basis, you know, everybody in this convention center is looking at more data and the inputs and everything we're doing to the turf. And this is just another tool set to show us the results of that. And so that's how we plan on using it, is to really look at our inputs, whether it's growth regulation, cultivation, aerification, any of those types of things. We can start to put a number to it. And that's where I get really, you know, looking at that data from a global view and sharing ideas between the superintendents is going to be fantastic.
I think Brian brings up an interesting point. You know, we have any number of championships that encompass 2 courses, our Junior Am, our 4-ball, our US Amateur, our Mid-Am. And interestingly enough, we don't target similarities in firmness and speed. We treat them as 2 different facilities to present 2 different challenges to the players in the championship. So, you know, we could be shooting for a certain green speed based on the hole locations at course A, but we're going to fire it up at course B because the facility's a little softer in the mounds, a little less undulation in the greens, and we can gain a little more firmness, a little more speed over there for that portion. And we think that kind of adds to the challenge because it presents 2 different facilities to the players trying to make it to match play.
And coming back to the, collecting data for daily play with the GS3, I think I would highlight, start simple. One putting green, don't try to do anything that's overwhelming with 5, 6, 9, all 18 putting greens. That's a very time-consuming process. Get comfortable with the process, that how it works, or how you like to do your rolls, or how many firmness readings you like to take, and just stay consistent with that, and then look to build from there. Because in reality, it takes time to build a data set, to really take a deep dive into analyzing. Really it's multiple months, if not getting into the second year, because then you can start to make year-over-year comparisons and really take a deeper dive into it. But it's definitely a slow process. You're not going to have this aha moment within the first week or so, but it can definitely be very beneficial as you get in there and have that data set and being consistent with it.
But I hope it provides a tool where it makes it more actionable, so you have it with you all the time. And it becomes part of your routine. That's what kind of we're looking for. And the fact that it does gather on a single roll, you gather in all this data, then you do the drop test, which the unit sits it's easy to put in your cart. You should always have it. Carrying the ball around in your pocket is really simple. And I just think to your point, just get started. Do one green. Yeah. Like we have 6, so we're going to move them, and they're not going to get every course every day. But just getting in that routine to collect that data. And then once you get going, you're going to start to see this data pull together in this graphs, and you're going to get a really good story of what's going on in your course. And I think, like you said, it's going to snowball after that. Like, this is just part of your daily routine of why wouldn't you roll that thing when you're out there looking at your course? So.
Right. And I think that's another interesting point. A lot of times we're asking a lot of our directors of agronomy at our championship sites to get to firmness and get to speed that's appropriate. But at the same time, I'm interested to see long-term where this data takes us in terms of trueness and speed, in terms of, do we need to be asking that much? Do we need to be double rolling to get to certain speed, and rolling at night and single mowing, double mowing, and things like that? Are we asking too much, and it's overkill in terms of what we need?
And Brian, just thinking back to your use case, it's kind of cool, you have a GS3, you're going around with it, but how do you think about GS3 data collection at your course? Like, who on your crew is doing that? Is that only you, only the superintendent, or you guys delegating? What does that kind of look like?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I'm going to get to see a lot of TSA agents as I pull it out in my bag, so I'll get to meet some new people. So I'll carry one as I travel to do just site visits, as all of you will. On a day-to-day basis, I think it's something that obviously the superintendents and assistants, but interns and people looking to get in the industry. I think you're going to find people on your staff that are going to gravitate towards this. Hey, what is that? And you're going to find somebody in your career that's really excited about running this thing and getting that data every day. So I think we're going to be shocked at how many people actually want to do it. When I travel around, just in the short time I've had mine, I have everybody at the courses asking, what is that thing? There's a lot of buzz around it. So everybody's interested, and it's fun to be a part of that.
Zach, you obviously travel around a lot. You have a lot of customers in your region that are using GS3. What kind of agronomic decisions do you see them making based off the data that's being collected already?
I think it's trying to get a better understanding of what's being done from mower height or just mower setup in general, whether it's grooved rollers, solid rollers, and understanding rolling frequency, and then being able to look at that and seeing, is it having the intended impact that we want? And it's always, there's a lot of, with the way we've been collecting data, or the lack of data would probably be that there's just perceptions or assumptions that are being made on what we're doing to putting greens and how this impacts their performance. I think it's kind of the old, if you can't measure it, or if you can't measure it, how can you manage it type of philosophy. And now we have the ability to add more metrics to just have a more data, or make more data-driven decisions.
Brian, you guys were some of the earlier adopters out of PGA West that we got going with, and it's certainly been a fun journey with you guys. What tips would you have for a course that's just getting started in their data collection journey, or just getting started with GS3?
Yeah, so it's just getting out and doing it and carrying that ball with you every day. It's really simple. And so that's what I'm finding is interesting. You have 2 different platforms. I think we're going to talk about that. The team out there is really enjoying the app. And so they really don't go into the PC side of it. I like to look at the PC side of it because I'm usually on an airplane looking, and I can see what's going on from that standpoint. But it's when you dive into the app, it gets really simple, and it's just using the thing. And the fact that the team is using the app, they're using it not only to gather data, but to look at their data. That's what I found really interesting when we were talking through how they're using this, that it's as simple as looking at their phone. And we know when it's simple, people will use it, and that's what we're happy about with this product.
And I think that, Brian, you highlighted a good point, which is the simplicity of the app, but then if you want to get a little more technical, that's when it's time to sit down and look at the PC. So I know there's one chart in particular where there's two y-axes and an x-axis. The x-axis is time, but the y-axes are interchangeable, so you can look at your smoothness versus rolling or your firmness versus moisture, and you can really change any data that's being entered. You can make those axes interchangeable to have a better understanding of how these are impacting, putting green performance. And that, I mean, I know I personally drove Scott crazy with trying to get that particular chart added to the Deacon platform, which was probably a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. But it's really given us a great opportunity to look at the data in a different way.
Yeah, and we're very fortunate. I'll do a name drop. Brian Sullivan joined us in May out at PGA West, and when you have 9 courses that are all not connected by a golf cart, you have to get in your car and drive. Him having a dashboard for all this stuff that we're doing is it's going to be a simple tool that he can look at if he doesn't get to a course that day, and he can see what it's rolling, and because he's always interacting with different members and they're playing all the different courses, so it's he may not be at the course that they're the home member to, but they're playing one of their member blocks. So he can have those conversations with the members of what's going on with the course. So I see that as a real tool in his day-to-day, even more so than me looking at it from a global view.
I would think that'd be a great way for our championship directors to use the tool as well. Especially, ideally, you'd be able to make a site visit to a championship the year before during the approximate championship week to kind of do almost like a dry run to see how the golf course is performing. But more realistically, you're probably on site at where that championship's being hosted at that time. But even if they couldn't be on site, but they could prep the golf course, maybe a little bit more aggressive mowing and rolling, and get an idea of how the putting greens are performing, then you can kind of look in from a distance. It's certainly not a substitute for being on site, but something's better than nothing, I would think.
Absolutely. I mean, the more data, the better when it comes to that, and the earlier, the better. So if, let's say we're conducting the 4-ball in mid to late May, immediately that week or the following week, if next year's site is gathering data and shooting for some firmness and speed, and we see some ball reaction, and we get you guys on site to take a look at it, and we say, well, this works, that didn't work, what changes can we make, what adjustments can we make, all the better.
Absolutely.
It's kind of cool, Brian, hearing you talk about, if you guys stop over and see a demo with Deacon, we have the mobile app, which allows you to look at that day-to-day, like you said, no matter where you're on the course, all that data is kind of live streaming in. Yep. Web being kind of a great platform to look at this longer-term trends of what's going on. Now that you guys, you've had it for a year, Bill, you and I go way back from whole location and Deacon, working on a lot of things. Zach, you've had it. Just kind of curious what ideas you guys have around different ideas to use GS3 or different ways to kind of continuously improve Deacon and this kind of data collection aspect.
Ways to improve it. I think the team is just starting to figure out what it can do. And that's always, when you come up with some of these things, and well, I wish it does this. And I think the platform, from everything I've done with it and the team, there hasn't been a lot of feedback, okay, we need this. We talked about some graphs that it does output. I think helping the team understand where those are located, because they are there. All this data is sitting there. So I'm very bullish on what's already in there and what we can use from that standpoint. I think the more we can overlay that data, because we're talking about, it's just another tool. When before moisture meters were really commonplace, we were putting a soil probe, and you still need to put a soil probe in the ground. But this now gives us, yes, the supers are out putting the course, right? They're putting in the morning, they're checking it, and they're feeling how, because we do need to feel how those greens are playing, but now we can put a number to it, and I think that's probably what it is.
I think one aspect or one feature that, now that the GS3 is available and superintendents can purchase it, especially as we go through our first year, the ability to take more data, and essentially we could perform a market analysis within a certain city or a certain region to get an understanding. This is what we're seeing. How, I travel primarily through the Midwest and Upper Midwest, so I see a lot of bentgrass greens, poa greens, or a mixed stand greens. We could really start to break it down that this is what we see as at high performing putting greens for smoothness and trueness and firmness and speed, and really just kind of peel the layers back on the onion to get an idea or better idea of what surface management practices are get the biggest bang, or you're getting your biggest bang for your buck. What's out there, what new strategies, or how are superintendents fine-tuning their programs as they build this data. I think that for sure is one, and we've talked about it internally, and just now we're going to have the ability that more of these or more GS3s will be in the market. I think the one feedback I've consistently received from, or we've consistently received from superintendents, we're going around a putting green measuring firmness, what aspect of management or what component really has the greatest impact on firmness, or one of the greatest impacts on firmness would be moisture content. So obviously if we could start to be able to measure more or look at moisture levels in relation to where those firmness readings are taken, I think that would be a huge step forward for us, and I know something we've talked about, and hopefully something we can eventually put in action.
And like we talked about, I can't wait till you can just throw it. And I think that's where we all are excited about, not to put any pressure on you.
No pressure at all, whatsoever.
No, the simplicity and taking the human error out of it. And that's what you're trying to accomplish with this. We all know we can make a stent meter do some things that it shouldn't if it's not properly managed. And I think the more we can take that human side out of it, because I can mess it up pretty easy, and I just want the true data. I just want to be able to react and act on that data. So.
And from a championship perspective, I've got I might get out of control with it a little bit, because we're targeting these great demographic of players, and we're trying to challenge the best players in the world. And I'd start looking at fairway firmness, ball reaction in the fairway, approaches. If we want to play the ball on the ground, how do we want it to bounce on the approaches? Maybe even speed of the approaches, who knows? I'd be a big fan of getting it in the bunkers for bunker firmness. To a certain degree, how much manpower do you spend on your bunkers and greens compared to other areas?
Correct.
At USGA championships, bunkers are not targets. They're misses, and you're going to get a little bit of a penalty for it. So I'd love to see the ball reaction and firmness in the bunkers. And then when we talk about hole location work, we look at percentage of slope as it relates to speed. So what percentage of slope at what speed equates to what break, and what demographic of championship is appropriate for the maximum numbers. You could throw the US Open out, at 14, do we go to 3.2, 3.3%? Is that the maximum? And down at the girls junior, that might be, 13 and 2.6. But trying to get all that correlation together would be amazing.
I think the one feature that I would assume some feedback that we're going to get from our championship directors is the visual of being able to, whether they're driving down a hole as they're going through course setup or walking a hole, to be able to look at a putting green and see what the firmness is and have a good idea of all right, do we need to talk about getting a hand water back here to do some touch up, or all right, we've got to be a little more aware where this hole location is based on the ball reaction that we've seen at this firmness.
Right, I think that's really important, because a lot of people will tend to get too caught up in the numbers. And I think I'm a little bit different. I don't look at my numbers until I finish my work on the putting green, because I think there's always going to be that feel and subjectivity in course setup and course management where I don't want to be skewed by the numbers. And if I come off and I said this whole location works for this green, it's fantastic, and all of a sudden this green is 6 inches slower, well then it's 6 inches slower. That's fine.
Yeah,
it works.
Yeah. So. Scott, I know you've been, obviously you developed the GS3, you worked on the team that developed the GS3. We talked about some things that we'd like to see, potentially added to the GS3 in Deacon, or features that could be added to Deacon. Is there any insight you can provide on what would be potentially coming down the pipeline in the near future, the next couple of years?
Yeah, certainly the team's very excited about what we've built, and all the feedback and help we've gotten from everybody on the stage and all the superintendents who have participated in the past year. I think the main thing we're looking for is, hearing you guys talk about different ways to use the data. Like, I know Mike Rollins gave a fantastic talk yesterday Mike and I talk all the time about cutting unit setup and how do we approach that from a smoothness perspective and mower setup. Really, I think we want to invite the industry in and collaborate and talk about what do these things mean for you? How is this data being used? How does this impact the end result of the surface performance that you're trying to get? And we're not going to do that alone. We don't have all the answers ourselves. And I think for me, just really looking at that collaboration in the industry of, hey, what's working, what's not? How do we share data? How do we help provide information back to you to leverage that data and make some informed decisions? Building on that a little, as Brian said, we're going to continue to work to make this an easy-to-use tool. It's been loud and clear to us to make sure that this data platform works. You guys are frustrated. There's a lot of things bouncing around and tools and things like that. And so, how do we really kind of get that in and get the basics right and make it a fast, accurate, usable tool for the future? And just really looking forward to working with everybody on that.
Excellent.
Well, I think that's all we got for today. Certainly you guys have any questions, more than happy as we walk off stage to answer any questions. And in a couple of minutes, I know we'll be giving another live demo over in the booth. You can see the GS3 kind of live and get to play with it. And just looking forward to continuing the conversation with everybody here.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Scott Hollister. I'm the editor-in-chief of GCSAA's Golf Course Management Magazine, and it's a pleasure to welcome all of you to Phoenix for this year's Conference and Trade Show, and to this very special event, a reunion for past Green Start participants and industry mentors. First time that we've done this, so we're excited to have all of you here. Since 2006, the Green Start Academy has provided leadership, mentoring, and educational opportunities for nearly 1,000 talented assistant golf course superintendents from the United States and Canada. The program provides a wonderful opportunity for talented assistants to develop their careers, network with peers, and grow relationships that can last a lifetime. Your time here today is a great way to celebrate what this program has done to advance the role of assistant superintendents who aspire to successfully develop their careers. We hope that you'll take time here today and at this year's GCSAA Conference and Trade Show to reconnect with alumni, friends, and mentors who provided so much to our industry. This program would not be possible without the commitment and support of John Deere, Envu, and Rainbird, as well as several knowledgeable and experienced industry mentors who provide leadership guidance before, during, and after a Green Start Academy participant's experience in the program. Just a few minutes, we're going to get a group photo of all the Green Start alumni and current and former mentors who are with us here today. But before we do, I'd like to introduce two industry professionals who have been long-standing participants in this successful program to share a few words about what Green Start Academy means to them. First off, I'd like to introduce Todd Bone. Todd is the Director of Agronomy at Desert Mountain Club here in nearby Scottsdale. Todd was a member of the very first Green Start Academy class in 2006, and more recently served as a mentor for the 2023 class in Pinehurst, North Carolina in December. So he's joined me already. Let's welcome Todd Bone to the stage.
Hello.
How are you, Todd?
Good. How are you doing?
Awesome. Great to see you as always. You were in the very first class of Green Start Academy. What do you remember about that experience?
It was a lot different than it is now. I had less gray hair than I do now.
I probably had way more hair than I have now.
I think you did. I think I remember that. No, it was very good. It was back when we used to do it back in the Clayton, Raleigh area, and was a real springboard, I think, in my career. I mean, it was kind of the first time that I got to start interacting with people, really building that network, which I think is a big part of the program, is meeting fellow assistants and also industry professionals. We didn't have the mentors when I was there like we do now. And I think that's a huge improvement or a huge upgrade to the program. So I'm a little jealous of the students now getting to have professional mentors like we do now.
Yeah, and you served as a mentor in Pinehurst in December. What was the experience like coming full circle from a first-time participant to now guiding other assistants through the program?
It's awesome. It's one of the most rewarding things for me, and I think our fellow mentors will tell you that. Getting to spend time with these up-and-coming professionals and helping guide them and seeing them grow and getting that phone call or an email from them saying, hey, I took what you said to heart and really improved, and I got this opportunity or did that, and it's a celebration for everybody. And I think we all appreciate doing that, pouring into the younger generation, at least I do, and I know a lot of my fellow mentors do the same thing.
You're in your current role, you oversee quite a property at Desert Mountain. You probably have several assistants that work underneath you. Do they come to you, ask you about programs such as this one, and what kind of advice do you give those assistants and others that you might encounter along the way about the Green Start Academy?
Yeah, I encourage them all the time. I had two of my guys in it this year, and I think it's fantastic. And I just tell them it's kind of the next step to do to learn more professional, resume writing, interview skills, meeting with the mentors, learn how to speak, budgeting processes, all of those things all in one place is really special and a really cool opportunity for them.
Well, Todd, thank you so much for your time. On behalf of John Deere, Envu, and Rainbird, appreciate your support of the program. It's Todd Bone from Desert Mountain in Scottsdale, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, we're not done. We have another special guest, someone who's been very involved in this program as well. And I'd like to make the introduction, but he probably doesn't need an introduction, and that person is Mr. Bob Farron, Certified Golf Course Superintendent from Pinehurst Resort and Country Club. He is the Director of Golf Course Maintenance there. Bob has been with Pinehurst for more than 40 years. He was the winner of GCSAA's Colonel John Morley Award in 2022, and I learned that earlier today he received another very prestigious award as he was named the recipient of the USGA Green Section Award. Bob has played an integral role in Green Start Academy for many years, and to learn a little bit more about his involvement, let's bring up Mr. Bob Farron, everybody. Yeah, you've got a fan club out there.
I do.
Excellent.
A fan
Bob,
club of one.
Bob, for the last number of years, the Green Start Academy has taken place at your home, Pinehurst. And what has it meant for you to bring that event to Pinehurst, and maybe tell folks about your role in putting that event on?
Well, as you said earlier, I've been involved in Green Start for many years in the very formative stages of it, and really gotten a lot of encouragement for myself out of it. I really look at the assistants as we would review them and evaluate who would come, and they would get there and they just have so much enthusiasm, right? And so if I can offer encouragement and trade that for their enthusiasm, then I felt like I was succeeding as a mentor. But it was really one of the things I had on my calendar every year for the following season. But a selfish goal of mine from the very beginning was we really need to have this at Pinehurst. It would really expose the students or the assistants to the cradle of American golf and have that opportunity to do that. So that was a long time goal. And when we finally did become the anchor site for Green Start, it was very. I was really appreciative of that and grateful. And to this day, I think we've had 3 sessions of it at Pinehurst, and great reviews, and the industry partners support it, and we all benefit from it.
Green Start anchor site, those kind of going around now. You're an anchor site involved with another small event.
It wasn't a patented phrase,
That's
so
right.
I was able to use it.
I heard, or I read a comment from you that you were talking about the current crop of assistant superintendents, young people coming into turfgrass management, and how you might be more excited about that group than any other in your time in the industry. What makes this current crop that you're getting a chance to interact with so special?
Well, again, back to their enthusiasm. I've always had a lot of enthusiasm for it, but I think we've reached a point of really marrying, if you will, the science and math aspects, or science and art aspects of our career. The science has been really heavy for many years in my generation, and it's kind of shifted back to art and science now, and I think that's important for the current assistants to have a good balance of really, practicing the art and applying the science of what we do to be successful, and that's really the message I try to send to some of the assistants as I visit with them.
Well, knowing you the way that I do, and in our publication, having written about you, I know how important mentors were to you, and now you have an opportunity to do the same thing for others. What does that mean to you to be at this stage of your career, to be able to give back and know that you're still impacting the industry in such a measurable way?
Well, it makes you feel a little older every day, every year. But that's not a bad thing either. Again, I feed on a lot of the enthusiasm. I'm encouraged by the future of what we have and the people that we deal with, and they're leading our industry into the future. And really and truly, the growing area of that comes from situations such as the Green Start Academy. It's really identifying the best of the best, and we expect them to hand it off to the next best of the best. And I see some of the past attendees that are here now are in different roles in the industry. Some of them are superintendents, some of them work with the USGA and other parts of the industry, and that's really a testament to the selection process and the people that have been fortunate enough to be selected to the Green Start Academy to have a good, diverse aspect of the whole industry, and that's where we have been leaders in that.
Well, I know everyone appreciates the hospitality that the Green Start Academy receives at Pinehurst. It's an amazing facility. I feel so fortunate every time I get to go there. Congratulations to you on the Green Section Award. Amazing honor. As always, enjoyed talking to you. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Farron.
Thank you all. God bless.
Well, as mentioned earlier, we have several members of the 2023 class in attendance today to give you a little bit of an idea of what they experienced back in December at Pinehurst. Turn your attention to the screen for this short video.
For 18 years, Green Star has provided over 900 assistant superintendents the same opportunity that you're getting here this week. So you guys are here. You were the top 60 that we had. We are all excited to have you here.
Green Star Academy has been awesome. It's been more than I could have ever asked for. I've been applying for a long time, hoping for this opportunity. I've heard about it for a long time, and it's everything I could have hoped for and more. I think a lot of the connections that you make are probably the most valuable part.
Green Start's been amazing. I've met so many people here. It's actually blown my expectations. The mentors have been great, so every one of them has been approachable. They've answered all of my questions. It's been awesome.
Oh, it's been a great experience. Been able to network with a lot of people from across the country. Met a lot of great people, and I've learned a lot in the past 24 hours, so it's been awesome.
It has been great. The facilities are amazing. The mentors are top-notch. We've learned so much. The panels this morning, there was over 200 years of golf course experience.
What I've seen in the short time period here is a lot of kids that are like sponges, and they're listening, and they're just taking all of our stories in and experiences in. And their future is incredibly bright. And I think about been in the business for 25 years and where this industry's gone in those 25 years and where it's going, you know, and they're going to be the leaders of the organization and the industry. And that's just super exciting to see.
I'm definitely going to take back all of the knowledge and problem-solving skills, and just knowing that I have the network to back me up, and then I can reach out to our mentors, and they'll definitely be there to help us.
We all need mentors. We need them personally, we need them professionally, bounce ideas off, and sometimes it might not have anything to do with turf grass, but it's just somebody that is going through what you're going through or maybe what you've already been through. So that, to me, is really the most important part of this whole program.
Frankly, I've never been more excited about the future of the industry than I am right now. The Green Start Academy had the most applicants that it's ever had. It was one of the best ways for an individual to start their career.
Great look back at what occurred in December at Pinehurst. Before we take the photo, we want to announce ways that you can stay in touch with past Green Start Academy participants and mentors. In 2024, our sponsoring partners are working on developing a private LinkedIn page for Green Start Academy alumni and mentors to stay in touch with one another and share best practices that will help continue developing your career. To make sure you receive information about the LinkedIn page when it becomes available, we're going to ask you to scan the QR code. Looks like you're all taking pictures of me. I kind of love it. On the screen, or there are also hard copies around the area there that you can use as well. That will allow you to enter your contact information, so you'll be notified when that LinkedIn page launches. And finally, alumni and past and present mentors, please be sure to see one of the John Deere, Envu, or Rainbird representatives who should be holding up their hands. If you have the lapel pins, put your hands way in the air so everyone can see them. They have a Green Start Academy alumni lapel pin. These were made exclusively for this year's group. We have them right down here as well. And we hope that you'll wear this pin proudly here at the show and on a jacket in the future to help start a conversation about the Green Start Academy. Speaking of conversation starters, we hope you encourage other assistant superintendents who are interested in the program to apply for this year's program when that process begins this summer. Information about the program and how to apply will go out in early summer through emails, postings on the website of the presenting partners, and social media posts. Dates for this year's edition are still being finalized, for the fourth quarter of 2024 and will be announced when the application process gets underway. Immediately following the photo, we'll ask you to feel free to stay around, connect with your fellow Green Start Academy alumni and mentors. We'll have this space available through 2:45, so you'll be free to stay through that, and you're welcome to stay and enjoy some of the refreshments provided by John Deere, Envu, and Rainbird. And with that, it's time for the group photo. So I'm going to turn that duty over to your cameraman right there. So if you are a Green Start Academy alum or a past or present mentor, please join us up here. I'll try to narrate the taking of a photo, which I don't think I've ever done before, but... It's a good-looking group we've got here for the Green Start Academy alumni reunion, the first ever. I feel like this is like the ultimate photo bomb. I'm up here over everyone's shoulder. Thank you all very, very much. And with that kind of wraps up our presentation for today. I enjoyed talking with Todd and Bob about their experiences. I've had similar experiences with the Green Start Academy as a member of the industry media. I remember some of the early events and some of the most recent ones as well. So once again, on behalf of GCSAA, thank you all for joining us in Phoenix. On behalf of John Deere, Envu, and Rainbird, thank you all for joining us today. Have a great time in Phoenix. We will see you next year in San Diego.
This week we are hosting the Kroger Queen City Championship by P&G. This is year number 2 of the tournament. Got one under our belt last year. Put the pedal down last week and had a good week with the staff. Detail stuff, edging heads, filling divots, cleaning up anything kind of inside and outside the ropes.
We prep all 18 holes, including the practice area, before sunlight because of the routing of our golf course. We're getting ready to start a course renovation 2 days after this tournament, so that we've spent a lot of time figuring it out. We are sodding greens, we are replacing our greens to USGA spec, so that's been part of our time in preparations, making that transition, because we want to peak on the golf course. But then as soon as that tournament ends, we want to start preparing for a renovation. So we're going to renovate all our rough. So I want the rough dense, lush, healthy. But then the week after tournament, I need to start petering out because I need to start interseeding it and killing it off. So that's been kind of fun this year, but playing with the fertility back and forth to try to peak at the right time, but then also come back down.
So in the last 2 weeks, I have 2 assistants, and we have ground and squared and paralleled over 90 reels in 2 weeks. So it's been all hands on deck with us. Tricking a cut, put a prism down, we stamp greens, ball roll, just making sure everything's consistent.
Big emphasis this season has been the bunkers. I'm just trying to make sure the faces are nice and compact, avoiding the fried egg lie. Been working a lot on greens texture the past few weeks. We got lucky last week with some really good weather. We were able to put the pedal down on greens to ramp them up and get them into tournament condition. It's been a really good couple weeks of prep, but I feel really relaxed and comfortable going into the week.
Specific things on the course, big things we really worked on are just smoothness and playability. But for the most part, the LPGA, and with that tournament, they just said, hey, can we just get a firmer, drier golf course? And that's been our kind of goal, whether it's irrigation cycles, some of our applications that we've applied, just doing some things, and then our cultural practice in the spring for aerification, just doing some things to help us prepare for that week where we can provide as firm and playable conditions as we can. At this time in the tournament, you're not going to make any life-changing decisions, so it's just morale, keeping guys happy. Success I think is determined by the perception of different individuals. And for myself, it's again watching my team grow, and we have a really strong team. I'd put our team up against anybody. But the success will be measured in my eyes by the satisfaction of our team and the way we work together, and then hopefully by the overall satisfaction and appreciation of both our membership, who supports and puts on this tournament, and then also the LPGA and the players.
Stokes for everything, and I can't speak highly enough about their day-to-day customer service. It's probably one of the biggest reasons why we chose John Deere is because their customer service is by far the best.
We've worked together as a whole Stokes team and a John Deere team to get the new equipment out here, to get this loaner equipment out here, to get this course ready for the Open, and it's been a full team effort from everybody at Stokes and John Deere, and everybody at LACC has been great to work with.
It really is. I mean, instead of our usual 10 fairway mowers, we now have 20. Thanks to John Deere. They came in, they sent in a team of guys to help us get the relief grind done, which was huge. And now they're all prepped, ready to go. And we just put them all to test this morning, and it was pretty cool having 10 going off the front 9, 10 going off the back 9, and the quality cut was perfectly even across the board.
From the sprayers to the mowers, it doesn't matter. They're here when you need them. I can call them any time of day, and I know someone's going to answer and give me a solution to the problem I have.
Feels good. Everybody's working really good as a team. It's a lot of fun working with all these guys. Yeah, I really wanted to be here, bring in dealership support, all the technologies that come with that. If we need to connect to a machine with computers, we have all that here ready to go.
I mean, Dustin's a great guy. He's a pleasure to work with. He's super knowledgeable. He loves to teach people. We haven't had John Deere here as a mowing unit for a while, and he's done a great job of helping bring our mechanic team up to speed and really get them dialed in on how to do it themselves.
One of our core values at Stokes is long-term relationships. That's really important in the ag world and the golf world. And we're in it for the long haul, so we want our relationship to continue into the future. So we're focused on helping wherever we can, and we have the expertise to do it. We do the training, and we have a good relationship with the factory and people at John Deere, so we're well equipped to handle those needs.
I mean, not to be vague about it, but it's literally whatever we need. I mean, it's that simple. If it's something that can be solved over the phone, they'll FaceTime me, they'll walk me through it over voice calls, it doesn't matter. If it's a part that needs to be delivered, it'll be here the next day. I can be rest assured that we're covered no matter what.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Digital Technology Talk with John Deere. Today we're going to go over some of the different technologies that are available to our golf customers. And I think we put together a really solid panel of customers and dealers to kind of converse with. Before we get started, I'm going to give our panel members the opportunity to kind of give themselves a brief introduction.
Thanks, John. My name's Dave Anderson. I am a product manager for John Deere Golf.
Todd Bone, Director of Agronomy at Desert Mountain Club.
Easy Felix, I'm the Precision Golf Manager for Stoltz Equipment.
Patrick Parkins, Golf Course Superintendent, TPC Las Vegas.
Awesome, thanks guys. So Dave, I'd like you to kick us off and just kind of give us a brief overview of the different technologies that are available to our golf customers and how they can utilize them.
Sure. So with John Deere, we offer multiple different technology solutions for our golf course customers. As with the last 2 years, we've kind of been following a strategy that falls under 3 themes: connect, guide, and manage. So connecting all of our equipment with JD-Link modems to enable data flow through JD-Link connectivity to our users, connecting them close with the data from their equipment. Guiding our solutions with proven John Deere GPS technology on our GPS precision sprayer, which provides accuracy on every pass. And then a full digital suite of tools for labor and fleet management. And this year, these tools are going to migrate into a new premium offering within the John Deere Operations Center, something that we're calling John Deere Operations Center Pro Golf. This will bring all of our technology tools and offerings underneath of one platform to improve efficiency and effectiveness for our golf course users.
That sounds like a great change and improvement to the current operations center. I'm curious, what other future advancements do you see the industry going to in respect to kind of the technology solutions?
Sure. So we see a constant evolution of technology within the golf space. We see this with the evolution of electrification, automation of different tasks on our equipment, just like auto track on our GPS precision sprayer, taking that steering away from our operator to reduce fatigue and increase accuracy. So automation of tasks. And we also see in the future automation leaning to autonomy of those tasks within the operation at the golf course.
Awesome, thank you. Next, I'd kind of like to hear from Todd and Patrick. I'm curious, what kind of different digital solutions are you using from John Deere at your facility, and how are they helping you manage your product on a day-to-day basis? Right. Todd, you can go ahead and start.
All right. Yeah, currently I'm using the OnLink platform a lot at our facility. We have 7 golf courses, and so it's a great tool for us to manage that, to understand where all of our equipment's going. We currently use the job functions of it to the job board functions. Our equipment technicians are using it for maintenance records. We order all of our parts, or majority of our parts, through that as well. And so it's a really good platform for us with a facility like ours, with the number of pieces of equipment we have, number of employees we have, to have it all in one single platform to go to and not have to jump around to a bunch of different things to get that data and to have. And it's a really valuable tool for me. You know, when I get questions from members on the golf course, you know, if let's say we want to maintain bunkers more or do whatever, we have it at our fingertips to like go in with our job tracking board to have it where you can print out every job to basically every hour and every dollar that you do. And so it's a really helpful tool for us in that regard, along with just managing the whole project. I can kind of know me selfishly where kind of everything is and what we're doing that day if I can't get around to see everything, and that's a nice feature to have.
For sure. And are you utilizing any of the GPS precision sprayer features as well?
We are. Yeah, we've got, I think, roughly like 6 or so. Easy probably knows more than what I got, but we got a lot of sprayers that we do run out there, and it's a great tool to, you know, see our application rates and have the logs and all of that all in one spot.
Awesome. Patrick, what about you?
Yeah, it's going to be very similar. We use it a lot for obviously equipment and tracking, maintenance records, ordering parts, and then daily tasks as far as the job board.
Okay, so easy. After hearing how your customers are utilizing the John Deere technology on the course, What do you do at the dealership level to kind of support them with their technology? And then my question is, how does that improve your relationship with the customer?
Well, my main role is to make it easy for them, and then the data we are collecting it, show them how to read it. Let's tell the story of what's going on out there with what we can get with them, whether it's location data. If we're using the sprayer, we're getting some application data out there, and let it make sense to them. Make it something that's a tool, not something that's in the way or it's hard for them, inconvenience. We go in there as a partnership kind of with them, and we just make it an easy transition. And yeah, we help them along the path, because it's a learning curve. There's a lot of new stuff out there, and we grow with them.
I will say from an end user that this guy is a huge tool.
For sure.
Stoats with their support of all that, because he comes right in and makes it super easy for my team and for me, and he's kind of our 24/7 hotline.
Yeah, at the dealership easy, is it just you that's kind of supporting the different technologies available to the golf course, or do you have other people with you that kind of help?
In the golf side right now, we're currently building a team. We have one full-time guy in California. There's a couple sales admin people that are taking some lead roles to help out. We're just opening up a new full-time position here in Arizona to support, because the growth is tremendous. But I also have about 30 other guys company-wide that do in the ag side that support us. If I ever need help, they're just as valuable as I am to these guys. So,
awesome. So Todd, my next question here for you is, what would you tell an industry peer that isn't using any sort of digital offering about John Deere Golf, the John Deere Golf products?
Yeah, I think they're cutting edge and they're revolutionary. I think they're growing every year. I've been a customer for a long time, and the growth that we see every year, I think, is really cool. Like I said, I think the biggest benefit of it, I know that there's other options out there that I know a lot of peers use, but I think the benefit of it is it's all in one spot, and having that ability to link your equipment and everything up into one spot, where I only have to call one person if there is an issue or to have any of that. That's what it's about to me, for that and the ease of use. With the changes that are coming, that they're getting ready to have, that you can go see over in the booth, I think it's going to be really, really cool. And the John Deere Ops Center was awesome before, and to have us integrated into that now on the golf side, I think is going to take it to that next step of that cutting edge. And with John Deere, anytime, in my opinion, they've always been on the cutting edge of things, of coming out with a lot of friendly, user-friendly stuff for us, the end users, and we're appreciative of that.
Thank you. And then to kind of tag along to that, Patrick, do you see how any golf course couldn't benefit from utilizing some sort of technology solution like Operation Center Pro Golf?
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to follow that, but it's the exact same thing. It just centralizes everything. I just started actually tracking water with it as well. You're able to track labor. You're able to track where the equipment's at throughout the golf course. So it just streamlines the whole process. Makes it a lot easier to get into the office and get what needs to be done, and then get back out to the golf course.
Awesome, thank you. So I'll go right back to you guys. What are some technology advancements that you would like to see the golf course industry in total make in the next coming years? How would you like to kind of see how these solutions evolve as we go?
Well, go ahead. I'll let you go first this time.
You're good. I think just the autonomy mowers, going out there and being able to possibly save on labor there and focus in on the details. Obviously, all the labor tracking that you can do and helping with budget, and then just being able to do all of your applications and knowing exactly what you're putting out on the golf course, having records there, and not just for 1 year, but for multiple years.
For sure.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. Any GPS guided things we can do to become more precision. Out here in the desert, we do a lot of overseeding and stuff, and so having the capabilities to go out and keep your fairway lines right where they are, so you don't have to guess and move, and things like that I think would be a very valuable tool. And obviously, I know this isn't really anything to do necessarily with John Deere, but water right now, in my home state here now in Arizona, is obviously a big thing. So, watching, managing, metering, you know, all of that, because all of us here in the next, I believe it, in the next 5 to 10 years are going to have the same water restrictions. It's not just in this state, but I believe it's coming at everybody. We're going to have to know exactly where we're putting that water, how much we're putting. It's going to become a state or federal regulations, and I just think any of that stuff is going to be important for us going forward. I know that in Las Vegas, Patrick's already dealing with it, probably more so than we are, and so I think that's a huge thing right now. But I think that those are the things that I'm excited for and hopefully looking forward to coming out.
Perfect. Thanks, Todd. So easy, what are some tools in the operations center that you think that customers may be unaware of or are currently underutilizing that they might get more benefit from?
Yeah, well, definitely connect your fleet, get a visual on stuff. Simple as location data will tell you a lot of things that are going on that we're probably missing. We can hook it up on anything. You know, John Deere made it really easy with the M modems this year to connect your fleet. So we can put it on gators, not just mowers. And then, yeah, Pro Golf. That tool is amazing, you know what I mean? Then you put numbers to that, telematics, and you start collecting data. If you're able to get a GPS sprayer, I mean, it's just a lot of little things, but I would always begin with telematics, you know. Let's get some location data out there. Let's read the story, and we'll help you as a dealership, you know, make better decisions moving forward.
And could you elaborate, too, just on what a connected fleet is, or what are some of the specific things that you gain when you have connected equipment within your fleet? I know location data is one of them, but...
Location data, and then we can track hours a lot easier. So using, you know, historically everybody uses pencil and paper to track hours, to you know, maintenance and all that stuff. Well, we can get rid of that with telematics. If, you know, we start with the older piece of equipment, we can update the hours and then start there. Moving forward, every 500 hours or, you know, every 6 months, we do a service on there. And yeah, it's going digital. It's a lot better for everybody. And we do get the older mechanics that kind of push back a bit. But once they start using it, they see it's a lot easier on them. They don't have to sharpen their pencil anymore. And it turns out to be a good tool for them.
For sure. So Dave, where can our golf customers go to learn more about all of the different John Deere technology products available to them?
Yep, so we'd love everybody to come by the John Deere booth, 3539. Come talk to our digital team. We have multiple individuals there. We'd like to have a conversation with you to understand how you currently manage your operation, where your pain points might be, so that we can have a focused conversation about how these digital tools might be able to help you in your operation, become more efficient, more effective, find some deficiencies within your operation where you can maybe save time, save money, become more sustainable as well, and connect closer with your dealer as well. Through the Operations Center Pro Golf system, these trusted partnerships become trusted advisorships, really. These dealers are able to work hand in hand and give these superintendents another tool in their toolbox to really manage their operation hand in hand, and they really become this trusted advisor. So come by the booth, let us have a conversation with you. If you aren't able to come to the show, obviously Deere.com is the website to find out information about all of our product. But I also, just like with the Operations Center partnership with the dealerships, talk to your local John Deere golf dealer, have them start the conversation, involve our digital team so that we can have some broader conversations about what the tech stack can bring to the operation and make their jobs easier. The other piece to it is not as we expand in this technology, it doesn't just help from a day-to-day basis, but think about all the time that these guys spend at the golf course. We're able to allow them to have a little bit better work-life balance and break away from that course, go to the ball game, but be able to keep an eye on what's going on at their course or plan for the next day remotely. So any connected device, anywhere you are, you're able to do these things and just create a different kind of lifestyle for the superintendent instead of being chained to the desk and the course all the time.
Awesome. Thanks, Dave. Well, we appreciate all of you for coming out and attending this brief discussion on digital technology tools with John Deere. And I'd like to thank my panel members as well for taking time out of their afternoon to participate in this. And come back tomorrow for some more GCSA TV. Thank you.